And remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
LT's about to tell us about Dr. B. Mateo, back to our 4 downs, or somewhere in the earlier this hour. Back to the bold Chex Mix. I've thrown away thousands of those burnt garlic toast things out of the Chex Mix.
I think Chex Mix has a good mix, as it would say in the name, of their ingredients. I don't think there's too many of those. I think they just got a good mix.
They really do. I would take a bag of just those, though. I think they're that good.
They make them.
Did you ever try the Munchies?
Oh, yeah, I guess they do.
Yeah.
The Munchies, which is Doritos, pretzels, Cheetos, and Sun Chips.
Yeah. It's good.
Andrew writes in, Rockstar, are you familiar with the Alanis Morissette cover of the song you just sang? It is really good, too.
I think I remember her doing it, yes, but it's been a long time since
She was really pissed off when she did it.
You ought to know she was.
Yeah.
No, I do like Coffee House on SiriusXM because you get so many random artists that I've never even heard of covering songs.
Yeah, I love cover songs. Speaking of covering your head now is a better head of hair thanks to Dr. B.
You think it's a good look to take the hat off and just go with matted hair?
Absolutely. Do that right now.
Well, I don't have that problem anymore.
What's matted?
It's the same.
Same. With age, for most, comes hair loss. Unfortunately, I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see the results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each and every patient personally. Call Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And tell Dr. Beckenstein the Next Round sent you.
Matt Smith, our friend with Southern Pigskin, just sent this out, and we live it, but we don't realize we're living it sometimes. Alabama will play their first non-conference true road game in 11 years when they go to Texas.
That's believable. I mean, so many neutral site games.
Penn State was the last one, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Also, this surprises you well. This will also be Alabama's first season opener in Tuscaloosa since 2011.
Yeah, because they played, again, so many made-for-TV games.
Yep, and including the pandemic game you started at Missouri.
That's right.
All right, Rockstar's Lounge was a blast. We don't have to play another song. I just want having you in here.
Oh, do you want to?
He's going to set a guitar down.
We're on the clock.
He doesn't like to play into the off.
Okay.
Rockstar, the excitement level of us being out of the studio for 4 days and you back here having to navigate road shows.
It's really excited. It's a 5-hour show, so that means more surprises. Get ready for anything goes.
Anything goes.
Any twist.
Yeah.
Ask us anything for 5 hours.
Yeah.
4 days of that.
4 days of that.
Yeah.
Any SEC questions for 5 hours?
You'll be ready for a day off. You used to do that at Jocks.
I would take a week.
You would take a week off after SEC Media Days.
Go to
the beach. So stressful to you.
Go to the beach by myself.
Well, do you think Dunaway's going to be able to survive, though? The extra hour, he's exhausted.
Do they have golf courses there?
I've only been exhausted one day, and it's today. And I try not to let it impact my show, though I have been a little sluggish.
Just wait till next Friday.
Only 2 state bets today.
Yep.
Yeah. I felt good about them. I've got Georgia giving 8.5 to Mississippi State, and I've got anybody but the leader to win the British Open.
How do you feel about that, bro?
Well, Rory's still on the course hot right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
He scares me.
Yep.
He's 4 under on the day, and he's still got 5 holes to play.
And only 3 shots back right now. He's through 12 holes. And that's a Vulcan Tire leaderboard update. Thank you guys so much for being part of the show today. Music's playing us out here today. Rockstar is back with us, as all of you are, on Monday when we're live in Atlanta. We'll see you at 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, over in the ATL for SEC Media Days. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we're live in Atlanta at the College Football Hall of Fame as we get going today for day one of SEC Media Days, presented by our friends at Precision Sports, the Tommy James Law Firm, Culver's, Waynes, and Dr. Pepper, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford, all back with you in Birmingham and the Double Down Media Studios and control room back there, guys. Welcome to Atlanta. Welcome to football season. Talking season has become the cliche that you use over here, but welcome to football season.
Well, hey,
man.
talking season is really close to football season.
That's right.
This is that precursor where we really start to dial in, and we know that football is right around the corner. This is insane. I've never been to the College Football Hall of Fame.
You know, I'm not either as big a college football fan as I am, and as many games as I have been to in Atlanta. I've never done this.
Rarity on our show, but we'll make it a three-peat. This is as far into the College Football Hall of Fame I've been to this part of it 3 times now. I've never actually been to the good part, to the other part. But they both.
Where is the good part?
I don't know. I assume it's that way. I'm just assuming it's that way, Toto. As we look down at the ballroom behind us, that's where the main print media will be, and the main podium where you'll hear Greg Sankey give the State of the Conference coming up at 10:30 Central, 11:30 here in Atlanta. You guys know how I am when I change time zones. It'll be a zoo for me all week. I meant to just set everything to just stay Central time for me.
Yeah.
I'll try to work on that before we get there tomorrow. But we got 5 hours today and a lot to get to on the show, and we appreciate our great sponsors who have taken us over here, our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Waynes, and Dr. Pepper. Before we get knee-deep into college football here, today's schedule includes Brian Kelly, Lane Kiffin, Eli Drinkwitz, and Missouri, Ole Miss, and LSU. It's a rookie for Brian Kelly. I mean, he's been doing this a long, long time, but he is a rookie when it comes to SEC Media Days. I'm excited to see how he handles himself. We make fun of his awkwardness at times in recruiting, his dancing. You see that in the commercial breaks and stuff. But here's a guy who's got a great resume, and we get to see him a little bit more in an SEC culture today here at SEC Media Days.
Yeah, this is going to look weird. Just seeing Brian Kelly. I mean, he is so non-SEC. You know, this is a guy that has made his career good at where he's been, but he's made his career at Central Michigan and Cincinnati and Notre Dame. I mean, there's nothing about him that is Southern. You listen to him talk, he doesn't sound Southern at all. He's basically Notre Dame to me. I mean, I just look at him and he's Notre Dame. So this is going to be really weird seeing him stand at the stage down behind us in front of SEC logos with that LSU logo up there and talk about playing an SEC schedule. It is going to look really, really weird.
Well, you know, this is an elite coach. I think everybody, you do a top 5 coaches in college football, I think almost everyone would include Brian Kelly. And now he gets an opportunity, you know, did great things at Notre Dame, was never able to get over that hump once they got in situations to play for championships. It just seemed like the talent wasn't there. I think that's an indictment on how good of a coach he is. Now he's got an opportunity with, superior athletes at LSU to make this thing happen.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is when you see what he will be playing with now. In a lot of ways, he has played with an inferior hand. I mean, it's weird to say at Notre Dame because you don't think of Notre Dame in those terms historically, but that is really the truth. Is it's been kind of an inferior roster that he's had to try to win on a national level with. He shouldn't have that issue at LSU.
You know, 5 straight double-digit wins for Notre Dame. You know what's strange? You go back right before that, 2016, they were 4-8. That's hard to explain based
really
on
is.
what he was able to do at Notre Dame.
Also, Lane Kiffin and Eli Drinkwitz here today. They are very good when it comes to the media aspect of their jobs. And not that they're not excellent coaches as well, but they're really good behind the microphones. And you will get to hear from them throughout the day as well. So we look forward to the all the stuff that'll happen here at SEC Media Days. But let's reflect on what we saw this weekend. We'll get to the best and worst of the weekend and all that coming up. Brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Hemphill Services, always. LT, when things are not running right, flowing right, or draining right, that's the one name you call.
It is, Dunaway. It is the name that Birmingham trusts since 1954. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the only ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time. Hemphill Services does it right, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
I'm going to start with I guess it's going to be my worst of the weekend. Maybe it's my best of the weekend. Guys, I was not feeling my usual chipper self on Friday. I was a little worn down. So I didn't really comprehend my stake bet. So I made two of them. One I still feel good about, Georgia and Mississippi State, giving 8.5 on that one. But I left the studio thinking myself, man, all I have to do is cheer for anybody but Cameron Young to win the British Open, the 150th British Open. So I'm watching it. Rory's doing great. That I even texted you guys at one point. I was like, this Cameron Young guy will not go away.
I thought you I just thought you meant Cameron Smith and said Cameron Young. Yeah.
No, this young guy won't go. He wouldn't go away. And I kept going, God, if Cameron Young wins this thing. And then, Smith hits that one tight on 18, Cameron Smith. And I was like, whew. And then he's still a missable putt. And then Cameron Young holes out to tie him. And I'm like, this is going to be the worst landmine ever, because Cameron Young is just holed out. They're going to go to extra holes if Cameron Smith misses this short putt. And then he hits a short putt, and I'm like, oh, good stake bet win. It was either Rory or Cameron Smith. Last night at dinner, I even talked to LT about it over there. I said, God, I thought I was about to landmine myself when Young hold that thing out on 18. And then you guys are like, no. It's Cameron Smith you had. I was like, no, I had Cameron Young. He was the leader at the time.
And I even said,
it's Cameron Smith.
I even said, you think Lance would have made a bet on Cameron Young?
So you know what I did after I left dinner last night? I don't know if you guys went out of the town. Y'all saw movies.
Nope.
I don't know what you did.
Hotel room and bed.
That was me.
Yep.
I spent time shuttling through our Friday show, trying to find when we made the stake bet.
Right. And what'd you find?
I think you just heard it.
And I couldn't find it. Find it. I had to call Forrester, and of course Forrester's daughter's like a triathlete. She's at a volleyball tournament on Saturday, winning that. She's at a softball tournament on Sunday, winning that one. So he couldn't help me. Lunsford finally was able to dial it up. He goes, go to 2 hours, 33 minutes, and 32 seconds.
Can you believe they're just their last minute of their weekend, and Dunaway's bothered him with that crap because he doesn't know.
Brown would be the voice of reason. We had a deep conversation about it.
So I thought maybe Lance said Cameron Smith. Maybe I said Cameron Young. Maybe I can throw myself on the mercy of the court. I went back and listened. No, I said Cameron Smith every time.
Every time. Yeah.
So that's my worst and or best of the weekend. Typical Jim.
It's sad you were pulling for Cameron Smith.
I was pulling against
yourself and didn't even know it.
And then when Young hold it out, I should have been really excited and cheering for the miss, but I was cheering for the win.
How far out was that shot, by the way? I honestly did not see any of it.
The hole out, the Young hole out. It was a chip.
Yeah.
He put it in the jar there.
Yeah.
And would have been a great moment if Cameron Smith had missed that. We could have gone on to extra holes. But that was the Open, and that was part of my best and worst of the weekend there. Speaking of our friends at Hemphill and our friends at Bud Light Next, you hosted the first ever LT Beer Olympics over the weekend.
We did.
Was that your best or your worst?
It was both. It was my best and my worst.
Yes.
It led to the destruction of me physically yesterday. It was just a long day. I'm not going to say we were the most organized,
right?
But it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. And Team Sweden, I forgot to bring my gold medal. We did take home the gold.
Yep.
A little controversy on the final event, but
of course.
Yep.
But it was fun. It lasted over 5 hours, which was a problem. Yeah. We had one guy's wife.
So problematic. Yeah.
One of my teammates had to bail early because she pulled him out of there.
Well, I mean, you'll get a lot of stories today in all the SEC media. They'll be talking about how it was a fun first beer Olympics, but 5 hours is just too long. We got to find a way to shorten the game.
Got to shorten the game.
We got to get inside a 4-hour window.
Sounds like your ops team had their hands full.
Yeah. I mean, it was really chaotic. We've got some great video. I don't know how we're ever going to be able to show that. We'll figure it out though.
Some of it I think is going to require some editing.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah. From what I've heard,
I guess in an Olympic, over the 2 weeks of the games, there are athletes that tap out, right?
There are.
Sure, I'm sure.
We had two different teams, Team Ireland and Team Sweden, both lost athletes.
Well, in the middle of the post-pandemic era, we're used to that. You're having to play shorthanded. I think if you go back to the history of the Olympics, the first one probably wasn't the most well-executed, perfect Olympic Games.
I'm sure.
They were naked, right?
They were the naked Olympics.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We weren't.
Yeah.
I think 2 people lost their bathing suits on the relay.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you define naked.
Video at 11. It was a fantastic time for the 35 minutes I was there.
Yeah, I feel bad for Dunaway. I had multiple people come up and they're like, Dunaway does not feel good, man. You need to let him go. And I'm like, I'm not holding him here. I just thought he would do opening ceremonies for it.
Yeah, that was the betting favorite to yak in the pool at one point. So I bolted and got out of there before the fun started. Speaking of fun, we've got a lot to talk about with SEC football going on, but recruiting was a story yesterday. We'll tell you more about that after I tell you that our friends at Bud Light Next will get you ready for spring, summer, down at the lake, the beach, the golf course, or whatever. Enjoy what's left of your summer with our friends at Bud Light Next. Bud Light Next. You saw a lot of it at the Pool Olympics over the weekend. 0 carbs, 80 calories. You can't beat that. Alabama gets a big recruit over the weekend. 4-star running back Justice Haynes picks Alabama over Georgia, Florida, and Ohio State. One of the better running backs, one of the top 5 running backs in America, a 5'10" guy. And he's going to join this Alabama recruiting class that all of a sudden now is up knocking on the top 10 door with only 12 commitments.
Weird, huh?
Here comes that Alabama recruiting train.
Yeah, how odd that we spent all that time, not we, but a lot of people spent all that time wondering what's wrong with Nick Saban's recruiting class. And where are they, did you say, with 12 recruits?
I think they're 11th, as
11th?
I said here this morning.
As I said, when this was a discussion, are we really doing this?
Yeah.
Are we really discussing Nick Saban's lack of recruiting or sliding recruiting class? I think it'll be fine.
But they're 5th in the SEC.
Yeah, they've also only got 12 signing or 12 commitments, though.
I think Georgia got the bigger commitment over the weekend.
Maybe so.
Yeah, probably so. A guy that I really wanted, but he wasn't in the mix at Alabama. But it's because Todd Bowles, who's now the head coach of my Buccaneers, his son Troy Bowles picks Georgia over Oklahoma and Ohio State, a really talented linebacker. And those were 2 of the bigger recruits we had in the SEC today. And that's sort of the backdrop of the news we have that are going on here from Atlanta. So who are you looking forward to seeing here this week? Media person, concert, a show, or anybody with the SEC? What are you looking forward to in Atlanta?
I hadn't even checked concert schedules.
I'll look. Well, I mean, where do I need to look?
But with that said, I randomly ran into Peter Burns, Chris Doering, and Cole
last night.
Okay.
Yeah. I went to take a call outside of the restaurant that we were in. By the way, we went to the wrong restaurant.
Rockstar would have loved that one.
They went to the correct restaurant. They were in Super Rica because Cole was like, "This is the place." We came last time, and I was like, "Yeah." And so I've never seen 2 Mexican joints side by side like that.
It is weird, but so we were trying to go to a Tex-Mex place called Super Rica, which is really, really good. We've eaten there before.
It's fantastic.
Fantastic. So I will say the entryway to all the restaurants in that area, it's like a little entertainment district, was a bit confusing. And what seems like a bad business plan, their valet was shutting down at 8 o'clock when people were pouring in the parking lot at 8 o'clock. So we had that mess.
There was a dead body in the dumpster.
There was a dead body in the dumpster. I mean, a lot of things working against us, though, but we'd already got there. What?
We are in Atlanta. Technically, there was not a dead body in the dumpster. It just smelled like it.
Well, we know that for a fact, though, because it did smell like it.
Yeah. So we do all those things. We go in this restaurant, and we sit down, and I'm like, I remember the menu being different. I don't remember this. And then I said, I like the other location we went to better. And Lance says, yeah, it was better. And then we go outside and realize we're in the wrong restaurant.
But we're sitting there with the layout. And Dunaway, you said it initially. You were like, this is not the same one. I was like, I think it is. And then Brown's like, no, this isn't the same one. The same one was next door.
Yep.
Yeah. We were close.
We almost made it.
We were close.
How did we not see on the menu that it wasn't Super
I don't
Rica?
know.
I was disappointed with the menu. I mean, I loved the meal I had, but I lucked into that. But I looked at the menu. I said, I had a lot more choices. And you even said, where's that quesadilla that I like so much? And she's like, we only serve a quesadilla at lunch. And you're like,
well, if I come back at lunch, that'll be great.
But it was random that I walk outside and I run straight into those guys. So I've already seen them. We've seen our good friend Ian Fitzsimmons from ESPN Radio.
Sheryl Crow in town?
No, thank you. But
part of my little affair.
I knew Dunaway would be all about that.
When is she? Where is she? Is she at the Fox?
She is at Cadence Bank Amphitheater.
Oh, outdoor with Sheryl Crow.
Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, $29 get you in the door, Jim.
That's a pretty cheap ticket.
Well, I mean, that's probably the worst seat in the house.
That's an amphitheater. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Thomas Rhett. It's Friday. We'll be going by them.
We'll be home. We'll be back.
Yeah, hate to tell you, that's going to be Sheryl. That's the only name I recognize. I might call some out, and Dunaway's like, oh, yeah, I listen to them on XM 103.
The best place to catch a concert here is Chastain Park. Have you guys been?
Is that where you peed yourself?
No, that was Piedmont.
Oh.
Yeah, I went there for
Aptly named.
Chastain's intimate, small, I don't know, almost like a old Greek theater. The way it's built down into kind of a valley, but it's really cool. I've only seen one concert there. I saw Duran Duran there 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
Has it been that long?
It has. It goes fast, man.
All right. So we're off and rolling here at SEC Media Days. And when we come back, we will we'll do more of our best and worst of the weekend from you guys in the chat room. We appreciate you being with us as we roll forward. But again, the festivities start here, officially kick off at 10:30 Central Time, 11:30 in the main ballroom, which is one floor below us as we're up top here. Do you guys miss the smell of the 2021 SEC Media Day location we had in Birmingham?
We had a good setup. We had a really good setup at the old McMillan's Big and Tall. It did have that unique smell in there.
You know, it's funny. I got on the elevator this morning to go down and get breakfast in the hotel, and there was one of the SEC network. I won't say the name. Well, you wouldn't recognize the name because it's a front office person in the SEC network. And she said, "Hey, how are you?" I said, "Great." She goes, "Are you guys doing your show from a storefront this year?" And I said, "No, not this year." So it's a little more traditional this year. And you know what she said? That was probably the best setup I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Well, thank you." We stole the furniture from out of business stores.
It still might be there next year, right?
Could be.
Are we going back next year?
Nope.
Is that, where are we?
Well, I thought we were back in Birmingham next year.
I can't say. I know, but I'm unable to.
Are we going to be happy with it?
I don't know about the physical location. You'll like the city.
Okay.
Well, hello, Nashville.
Could be New Orleans.
Could be Dallas. It'll be in Dallas at some point.
Yeah, it will be.
So Brown just told you, if you're watching on the witness stand, he just told us it's not Dallas next year.
I did not say that. I said it could be Dallas. It will be in Dallas at some point.
It'll be Dallas once it's official, Oklahoma and Texas.
Right. It's going to be Dallas at some point, he said, which means it's not next year.
Which means next year is Nashville. I'll agree with you. I'm just going to jump to that conclusion.
Yeah, because he was silent there.
We won't be back in Birmingham, I don't know, ever.
Maybe.
For the record, I have not confirmed that we're anywhere.
Absolutely.
I mean, you people in the media, you love to do this.
Tell us about Precision Sports.
It's not even a hypothetical. It's just a guess.
Precision Sports, our title sponsor over here at SEC Media Days for 2022. But, hey, they're with us all the time.
Yeah, hey, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they want to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or a pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right. So when we come back from SEC Media Days, we'll get into some of the big topics that are facing this conference as we get ready for another football season. I sent it out over the weekend. Chuck Dunlap, who handles so much of the communications there, the Southeastern Conference, had sent it out. The SEC Media Guide cover that has the flex of 5 college football playoff national championship trophies. And, of course, the SEC's on a little bit of a run right now, 2019, 2020, 2021. And the conference not afraid to point out it just means more with those championship hardware. 5 of the 8 college football playoff trophies have gone to the Southeastern Conference so far. We'll talk about the likelihood of it being 4 in a row and 6 of 9 as we move throughout the week. And when we come back right here on the next round being brought to you on SEC Media Days by our friends at Precision Sports. Also, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's Pest Control, and our friends at Dr. Pepper.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Jay Pear, listening to us and watching us out in Dallas, Texas, says, is anyone else hype AF just because it's media days? I can smell college football getting close. That sort of the landmark of it, turning from summer to the countdown really to college football. We do a countdown for so long, but it really does become SEC media days kicking off really the rush to football season.
You know, I've said for many, many years that I view the path from the end of the college football season and the end of the NFL back to kickoff like driving down an interstate, and you have certain mile markers you pass on the interstate, and you know, one of the mile markers might be the end of the Final Four. One of those mile markers might be, you know, Memorial Day. One of those mile markers might be the first time you see a preview magazine out on display or whatever. But this is a big one right here. I mean, once you get past this one, you feel like Jay Pear said, you can almost smell football in the air.
Yeah, it's 2 for me. It's one that you brought up because of the late Doug Layton when Dunaway does his 90 days until kick.
Yep.
I know it's going to rapidly approach, and then obviously this.
Yeah, I didn't get to do that for that. Was it a weekend when we hit 90 days?
It must have 50 days ago. We're 40 days out right now, 40 days from college football. And the show from Atlanta being brought to you in part by our friends at Champions Boxing today, where Champions Boxing, you can get in, sign up for a class right now and get that mind and body right before the football season gets here. It's at the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion. Not a fight club. It's a fitness and competition training club where you can get in the best shape. Get more details by calling them up, 205-358-8176, 205-358-8176, or you can check them out on their social media platform, which includes the Facebook page and also Instagram at Champions Boxing AL. Champions Boxing AL, over 20 years of training experience, 6 USA Boxing certified trainers, and of course, women classes just for the females available at Champions Boxing right there at the intersection of Highway 119 and 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. So we've got the defending national champs in Georgia, and they will be sliding in here a little bit later on in the week. But if I asked you, by the way, Nick Saban on Tuesday, Brian Harsin on Thursday. Those are Alabama and Auburn days. But today it is LSU, it is Ole Miss, and it is Missouri. But for Georgia, like any national champion, Alabama has dealt with it several times. LSU did it in 2019. Auburn after their 2010 title. You have to deal with being the champions. And there's nothing about 2021 that carries over to 2022 except the target on your back. You know, you always hear a coach says, that's last year. Nothing carries over from 21 to 2022, last season to this season. That's not true when you're the national champs. There's a target on your back, and you have to deal with that, and that is a reality. You don't have to defend your national champions, but everybody know you're the last team to win it, and it's a big game for you.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what you're saying is you go from the hunter to the hunted. I think the good thing for Georgia is they probably felt like the hunted for quite a while, especially within that division. I mean, that division is Georgia has basically run that division. I say that Florida was in the championship game back in the COVID year of 2020, but Georgia by and large has run that division for quite a while now. So
yeah, I mean, the last 7 years it's been Florida or Georgia.
Yeah, this is not some team that has come out of nowhere and has won a national championship and figures out how to deal with it. So a little bit less on the hunted thing, but I think it's more about, and Kirby Smart used to hear Nick Saban preach about this all the time. It's about the complacency of, you have reached your goal, you've done what you set out to do, and now you sit back and say, all right, you know, isn't this great? Aren't we phenomenal? And, you know, Nick Saban has preached against that for a very, very long time.
I think it's, typically when a team has the attrition Georgia had last year, I mean, 15 guys to the NFL, only 10 returning starters, there's probably 5 or 6 programs that can handle that type of attrition. Georgia's obviously one of those, and I think the expectation is for Georgia fans, again, we get back to a college football playoff, we got a legit shot winning a national championship.
I think it helps, Brown and LT, and tell me if I'm wrong, that if your schedule sets up the way it does for Georgia, that you got a really good game to start off, that helps with the hangover factor a little bit. There's that prize you got in the game one, and you got a little bit of meat on the bone there you got to take care of in week one at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I think that helps the off-season hangover that you've got such a name brand you're playing in week one.
I always felt like that with Alabama, and there was I think a lot of genius behind playing the neutral site games. I know fans tired of them just a little bit. They really wanted to see more. They wanted to see more games, in Bryant-Denny Stadium and things like that. But I thought part of the genius behind what they did was you always had, a carrot on the end of the stick for your team in the off season, something for them to aim at and look forward to.
Yeah, instead of opening up with a Utah State.
Right, absolutely. I think I think you're right. I think having that Oregon game there will be massive for Georgia.
Uche writes in the chat room and gives us the old Oregon will not score in that game. Bo Nix, I find it hard to believe that Bo Nix and Oregon will get shut out.
I mean, look, how many shutouts are there really in college football? What did Georgia have last year? 3 maybe? Which is a ton.
I mean, they either had them or were close to a bunch of them. Historic defense last year.
They had 4 shutouts last year.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, they gave up 7 or less in 6 games. I mean, that's crazy in today's college football.
Especially the way you play football in 2021. Hello today from Yuma, Arizona is where Brett is. Thatcher listening to us and watching us up in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Glad to have you guys along today. Kickoff 2022 SEC Media Days, and we are entertaining LSU, Ole Miss, and Missouri after the commissioner talks. coming up in a little bit. So a little conversation about Georgia, but the conference as a whole is very strong. We'll talk about, 16, one day being 18 or 20 or 22 at some point throughout the week. But we had a big addition this morning, and I instantly thought back to the show that we're all watching for the first time or rewatching in Mad Men.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the new official bean of the SEC? The new official bean of the SEC is Bush Beans. And the conference that has everything now has an official baked bean, and it's Bush Beans.
Well, their campaign for a while, I don't think Don Draper came up with this, but it was the talking or the non-talking dog, the dog that knew the recipe.
Oh, yeah. The dog knew the recipe. Yeah.
I like Bush's Beans.
Well, the picture that the SEC has sent out is that dog sitting on the podium up there in a chair with the SEC logos and stuff behind him with Bush Beans cans in front of the microphone. So it's a pretty cool photo. So we've got it an official bean now in the SEC. So if I asked you, baked bean fan or not?
Oh, I love baked beans.
Love baked beans.
Yeah, I love baked beans.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what,
again, Bush's has got a bunch of different flavors. I know some people might not be ideal, getting their beans out of a can. I don't have a problem with it.
I don't know if you guys like it. I love baked beans just as they are. But what I really like is when they do you chop up some meat in them and things like that. Just a little pop to them.
I like molasses in mine.
Yeah. I mean, I like
a little sweet.
Yeah. No, I love baked beans. I'm all about it. I don't know, Bush's. I'm not like brand loyal on baked beans.
Your best baked beans are going to be from barbecue joints.
No, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, because they're probably going to put some brisket in them, or maybe some pork or something like that.
Some of that pork works out really well.
Yeah, but I don't know that I am absolutely brand loyal, but I'll eat Bush's if they're an SEC sponsor.
Patrick says that's one of those items where his taste buds have changed over the years. He used to hate them, and now he loves them. He loves sausage and onions in his baked beans.
Yeah, my wife is not a big baked bean fan, so I don't get a ton of them at the house. But I'll tell you what I really like to do, and this is the Calhoun County coming out at me. I like to take baked beans, some brown sugar, put the brown sugar in, some barbecue sauce, put that in, and some browned ground beef. Mix that all together, toast some buns, butter and toast some buns, and just dip that out on them and eat it open face.
That sounds good.
Oh, yeah, and there's a lot of Calhoun County in that. I'm not going to deny,
that's good.
But man, that is a good meal right there.
What do you call that? Something on a shingle?
No, I don't consider that on a shingle. No.
Okay.
I don't really have a name for it. I just know I enjoy the heck out of it.
What about a Calhoun casserole?
A Calhoun County casserole. We'll go with that. Very good, Lance. I like the naming on the fly.
A little redneck sloppy Joe there. Elliot said he had some last night on the beans. Couldn't beat that.
Yeah. Carrie says Brits eat them cold on toast for breakfast. I have heard that about the Brits.
They're not known for their food.
I was
at a
restaurant in LA not long ago, and one of their brunches was kind of a British brunch, and they served baked beans.
Eesh.
And then I had refried beans when I was at my buddy's 50th out in Mexico, and the chefs there actually did the baked beans. I mean, I love beans.
I do too.
Yeah, so I can eat them any time of day.
T-shirt ideal, Lunsford. I love beans. Willie's was working with a company I know to pressure wash their building the other day. Willie's Pressure Washing, taking care of their building. You can get pressure washing done in your driveway, out by your pool, your decks, I guess even your roof or your house. It's Willie's Pressure Washing.
Yeah, hey, if you need to get your home, business, or financial investment looking brand new again, call the team at Willie's Pressure Washing. They're able to offer a variety of power and soft washing options tailored to your unique needs, from residential and commercial spaces to industrial equipment and beyond. They've got the right equipment and technicians to clean your dirtiest messes. Cleaning your patio, driveway, windows, and home exterior can be a back-breaking chore. Let Willie's Pressure Washing do the hard work for you. Call them today, 205-963-2000. That's 205-963-2000. And tell Blake and the guys the next round sent you.
OJ writes in and says, what transfer player this year chasing NIL money will be the biggest bust this season? Well, I think you have to start with Jordan Addison. He has laid everything out there in high profile, and you're the Biletnikoff Award winner as the best wide receiver in college football. You're going to a high-profile school. Can you even repeat what you did last year at Pittsburgh? And if you don't, a lot of people are going to say you are a bust at that point, that you left one program and went to the other. So I would start the discussion with Jordan Addison.
I would start it with a different team member from USC, and that's Caleb Williams.
Because that's bad news for them.
Yeah, but I've seen good Caleb. I've seen bad Caleb. I know he was a true freshman last year, but, Jordan Addison was just so good last year. And typically, you're not going to see a receiver's production drop off outside of bad quarterback play. But I'm looking to see if you can get consistency at an elite level from Caleb Williams. I'm not sure you can. We'll see.
My gosh. I mean, if either one of those is true,
well, one could lead to the other.
Well, there's no doubt.
Could be a team of busts at that point.
Yeah. There's absolutely no doubt. But if either one of those is true, I just don't know what you guys. I don't know what you guys expect out of USC if it all goes well. But if either one of those is true, what do you expect out of USC?
Well, I think if it all goes well, I think they're a 10-2 team, just based on schedule. Schedule's not that difficult. If it completely implodes, there's no team chemistry, Caleb Williams doesn't play well, they could be 6-6. It's hard to be. I mean, for them to go 4-8 last year in that conference, it seems impossible.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with you on that. I don't know. I guess I could see either one of those. You're right, though, Dunaway. They go not quite. Well, I guess they really do go hand in hand. I mean, if either one of them is a bust, the other one is going to struggle to survive. Would you include Spencer Rattler in this category? Or in this conversation?
I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously he changed locations chasing NIL money, but to me, his expectations are lower at South Carolina than they were at Oklahoma. So he sort of has already lived that bust lifestyle already.
Interesting.
Yeah. If we want to go with the all these degrees of separation, Dylan Gabriel is chasing it too. And, we've watched Dylan Gabriel. That's a really, really good quarterback when he's healthy. Now he's going to play for a brand new head coach that's a defensive guy. Dylan Gabriel with Lincoln Riley, I'd have no doubt he's going to be successful. But I'm just really interested. And I mean, you've got Jeff Levy there. If he can stay healthy, how good is he going to be?
But he left UCF to go to Oklahoma. I don't feel like that's chasing NIL.
That's
money.
true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, chasing NIL money is going sideways. Oklahoma to USC.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, Oklahoma's a better program than USC right now, though I know the ceiling is higher in Southern California. OJ agreed with you, by the way. He went Caleb Williams for him. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Continues on. Caleb writes in and says his best of the weekend was the World Games, closing ceremonies, everything. He loved the entire 10 days in Birmingham better than he had expected. I would have to agree with that. The whole event it exceeded my expectations.
Yeah, I agree. And I really didn't know what to expect either, but I heard the crowds were tremendous. And it's just great for the city that we came through and there was that much reaction to it. I was a little surprised, actually.
Yeah, the sumo wrestling sold out. I had people tell me that it's not rhythmic gymnastics, but the acrobatic gymnastics or whatever they did. That's some friends that were there, and they were blown away by the performance there.
Yeah, some really interesting events, some fun crowds. The opening and closing ceremonies had huge crowds. So hats off to everyone that worked so long, 7 years, and even before that to bring the World Games to Birmingham. We agree with you, Caleb. That is a best of the weekend. So we'll continue with those throughout the show, best and worst of the weekend. And again, Greg Sankey takes the podium coming up here at 10:30 Central Time to 11:30 in Birmingham. Here in Atlanta as we get going on SEC Media Days. That is being brought to you today by our friends at Odie's. LT is going to tell you about Odie's to take us to break. When we come back, a quarterback in the SEC making a really cool decision for a cool reason. We'll get to that coming up. Odie's bringing you the show.
Hey, a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. If you're looking for a big-time lunch or dinner, stop in, enjoy some of that food from Rodney Davis. He's been doing it for more than 3 decades. Burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Fantastic patio inside or out. Enjoy those ice-cold beer buckets of Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
store. Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Back with you in Atlanta, Georgia, the College Football Hall of Fame for kickoff 2022 of the SEC Media Days. As always, we want to remind you that we are kicking off our 2022 party on August the 16th at Walk-Ons in Hoover. We'll have more details about that coming up. Our coverage in Atlanta is presented to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Also, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. We always ask you to support our sponsors, especially everyone who's been with us now, before, and who'll be with us in the future. Make sure you're supporting our sponsors, including the great folks who have taken us over here to see SEC Media Days 2022. One interesting note in the news cycle over the weekend was a guy we'll hear from later this week, Anthony Richardson, the quarterback at Florida, whose nickname is AR-15. And he has been asked not to be referred to his AR-15 anymore. He and his agent are working on changing branding because he doesn't want to be associated with the semi-automatic weapon anymore. So no more AR-15 for Anthony Richardson. I'll go ahead and tell you, though, before he makes this decision, because of mass shootings like the one we saw at the elementary school in Texas, it was one of the cooler nicknames, I thought, in college football. AR-15 is a cool nickname for him. Jersey number and his initials, that worked out pretty good. He wants to move away from that. I respect his decision.
Yeah, look, I understand why people are super sensitive to the subject and his representation. This is what these guys do, man. He said he's creating his brand. I'm just fascinated with Anthony Richardson because, Mel Kiper has him, 13th in the mock draft coming up. I don't know about you guys. I saw a raw, really athletic guy. I didn't see a guy that I think is going to dominate this year. A lot of people believe he will. We'll see.
I'm not going to say this is 100% fair to him, though, but the image that is difficult for me to get past is him not being available in the Alabama game and doing a backflip, was it, or cartwheel or some crap like that, going to the locker room. And that just doesn't compute to me, and it bothers the heck out of me if I'm looking for a competitor. Why are you not? Maybe he was suspended. I don't know. I don't know the whole story. But why are you not on the field and you're out there doing cartwheels? That bothered the heck out of me.
It's like, I see Zion, dunking in the postseason. Why aren't you playing?
I know.
Go back to Leonard Fournette in college. One time he wasn't going to play in a big game, but got a little jawing going on in the pregame. He said, I'm going to go put my pads on and play.
That's
well,
right.
If you can play, you can play.
That's right. Why'd you not have your pads on when the jawing started? Yeah.
Tom Luginbill coming up at the top of the hour, and we'll hear from Greg Sankey, Brian Kelly, and Lane Kiffin from the ballroom podium later on. That's the Michelson Look Ahead, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, write this number now, 969-8100. Call today. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you, and they're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. It's that simple. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. I had the 22 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Now I have 20/15 vision 20 years later. Make the call that I made, 969-8100, or for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Hey, away from football for just a moment. The NBA Summer League wrapped up over the weekend. The Portland Trail Blazers end up winning the Summer League. But did you see who the MVP was?
Yeah,
it was Trendon Watford.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, so, to be the MVP of that league, very competitive. You usually have all the top draft picks in the recent couple of years playing out there, guys who are trying to get more seat time, a little playing time to rise to the top of that. It's a pretty big honor for Trendon.
Look, had a really good career at LSU. I didn't know what to expect at the next level, and look, we'll see if he can build upon this, but that is a big award, man, and really good league.
A reminder, we're here all the way until 2 o'clock Central today, adding an hour on the back end today. Programming alert down the road. Tomorrow, on Tuesday, we will start an hour earlier. We'll go 8 a.m. until 1 p.m., and we'll do 5 hours that way. Same on Thursday. So an hour added to the back end on Monday and Wednesday, an hour added to the front end on Tuesday and Thursday, so we can accommodate podium time from Nick Saban and Brian Harsin of Alabama and Auburn in their schedule over here at the College Football Hall of Fame. All right, so we're sitting here and getting ready to talk to Luginbill at the top of the hour, and everyone's cranking up. And, our SEC Network friends are back on the air after all 14 schools had a chance. Is it 16, 14? All 14 schools had a chance to take over the network there for a while. And the athletes we have coming by today, LT and I were talking about this on the ride over. I'm familiar with some of these guys, but you have the opportunity for some breakout stars this year in the SEC. But today we get Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver of Ole Miss, who will come by here. He's one of those guys who could continue a tradition of big play receivers at Ole Miss if they are able to get quarterback right. If Jackson Dart is the guy that Corral has been in recent years, Jonathan Mingo is another guy who could rise to the top of a great heritage there at Ole Miss.
It's kind of a weird niche they have at Ole Miss, isn't it? These dynamic receivers that turn out to be really, really good. And by and large, I would say for what it's worth, they've followed up in the NFL and have been really good there too. But it's just kind of this weird niche that Ole Miss has discovered somehow.
Yeah, you're right. A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf early on have been tremendous. They're going to need Mingo to step up because your 3 top pass catchers from last year are gone. Talk about a lot of attrition. You've got to replace 6 of your top 8 tacklers for Ole Miss. Your top 4 leading rushers are gone. Matt Corral and Jeff Levy are both gone. Interesting year for Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, I think that is very interesting to me, the absence of Jeff Levy. You know, everybody calls that Lane Kiffin's offense, and I think everybody assumes Lane Kiffin does all the play calling in that offense, yet everybody around Lane Kiffin's like, no, Jeff Levy does it. Jeff Levy's the play caller. I think it's interesting on both sides. I want to see what Levy does with Brent Venables at Oklahoma, if he's handed the reins of that offense, and I would assume he is. And I want to see, Lane Kiffin with either him calling plays or without Levy calling plays and Wise calling plays, whatever the case is. I want to see how that affects really on both sides of that transaction.
Yeah, and looking, is it Jackson Dart or is it Luke Altmaier?
Yeah, that's huge right there, because I just assumed, like I think most people, when Jackson Dart came in to Oxford, Mississippi, that he was coming to be the starter.
I think Jackson Dart and his family believe that too.
Yeah. And, Luke Altmaier may or may not be that guy. We'll see, but I just assumed it was going to be Jackson Dart when he transferred in.
Yeah. So talented receivers, and we'll see some of them here today at SEC Media Days. You guys in the chat room, always fantastic. Some of you not happy with Anthony Richardson changing his nickname. Tripp says nobody with a functional brain thinks the AR-15 nickname means anything, that he's pro mass shooting. He liked the nickname, wanted to stick with that.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It's similar. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. I don't care, but it's similar to the Washington Bullets changing to the Washington Wizards. I thought that was stupid and an overreaction and just playing, playing a PR game that probably doesn't solve anything. But there again, it's his nickname, so he can do with it whatever he wants.
More on your concert venues in Atlanta in the second after LT tells you about the great folks at Mortgage Right that can help you use your home as a major asset right now.
Yeah, inflation's out in full force, and now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing, even though interest rates have been rising. Buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters and want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149%. There's no sign of slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Lunsford on the back row there says he's seen a concert here, but everyone raving about the Tabernacle here in town is a great concert venue. I have not seen it there.
What have I seen at the Tabernacle?
Tell
I've
me
seen
it was
something.
classic Leonard Skinner.
I don't think it was classic Leonard Skinner.
No, that's they've got that classic live album from the Fox is where that one was, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Not the Tabernacle.
The original cast back then.
The Tabernacle is cool, though.
Yeah. I'd always wanted to see a concert in the Fox. I've seen
I haven't seen one at the Fox.
Saw Nutcracker there.
Really?
I guess who told me
the Nutcracker?
Yeah, I guess who told me to see that?
Maggie.
You came all the way to Atlanta to see the Nutcracker?
I did.
Wow.
I did.
I think they have it down the street every year, don't they?
Yeah, you could see that one in Birmingham.
Hey, I'll go with my wife. She's got them. I might as well go watch them anywhere. Right?
That's very true.
She can crack them anywhere she wants to go. Right?
Yep, absolutely.
Michael says, Dunaway, did you see Gronk says that he'd absolutely return if Edelman did too? I'm hesitant on what Gronk is doing here after what Brady did. I mean, I know he's a veteran. You don't need him in camp. At some point, you either got to be in or out with this Buccaneer team. It's got me feeling really bad about where we're going this year.
Yeah, I agree. Gronk is one of your top tight ends of all time, but this is a guy that you do question the dedication. When he's out there, he's given it his all. But if you've retired now twice and you're 34 years old, to come back, I don't know. It's just. And look, the best of Gronk's behind him. I mean, he played well last year, really well 2 years ago.
Yeah, you'd like to know what Gronk you're getting. The only way to know that's for him to play. But I don't know. I feel you're a Bucs guy. You obviously get to make up your mind on how you feel. If I'm a Bucs guy, I'd kind of like to move on from that.
Topher in the chat room wants to make sure that everyone asks Brian Kelly about how Notre Dame is doing in recruiting. They're number 2 right now behind Ohio State. We'll talk more about that later on, but he's sort of painted a picture that you could not recruit at the level he thinks he will be able to do at LSU, at Notre Dame. So far, Marcus Freeman is proving, early on anyway, that he can recruit.
Yeah, we brought that up last week. It's been crazy to see how well he's recruited there because, again, that was the whole reason that everybody said Brian Kelly wanted to bolt, and boom, there he is, number 2. Now, again, that just gets you caught up this year. You got to do that year in, year out to stay with the Alabamas, the Georgias, and the Ohio States.
Yeah, but I'm still surprised. I mean, maybe this is an example of 60-year-old Brian Kelly going against 35-year-old Marcus Freeman, who really relates to the players. But that's one of the offseason upsets, Notre Dame being able to out-recruit LSU.
Yeah, but again, a lot of these don't have anywhere close to full classes yet. I think they're at 19 or 20 commitments. So how much higher can they go in the recruiting process, and will anybody pass them along the way? A long way to go before we get to recruiting. Not so far to get to the kickoff of the college football season. 40 days away. We're at SEC Media Days today. Luginbill on the other side. We're brought to you today by our friends at Redmont Vodka and Distilling.
Redmont Vodka was the official vodka of the World Games, also the official vodka here on the next round, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, who we had on last week, is one of the faces behind great Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity of taste, color, and smell, it's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, also available in 20 states now.
Fifth Hour, Jimmy Buckets. Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. For one of Birmingham's best beer selection since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog, located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representations made. The quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, back with you here on the Next Round as we broadcast live from SEC Media Days. Tom Luginbill coming up a little bit later on as we are brought to you by our friends, our presenting sponsor, Precision Sports. Also, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. Run through a couple of headlines for you here in just a second, but just to set the scene, we're at the College Football Hall of Fame, the main auditorium behind us here, one floor down, where the print media and others will gather. And we'll have Greg Sankey coming up in about 30 minutes, and he will be on the podium doing his annual State of the Conference address there. Our headlines this hour brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to call home for your son or daughter for 4 years of college, Montevallo, a perfect place for them. Find out why they belong at Montevallo by going to montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, and you'll have the opportunity there to find out more about the great housing they have, including new buildings going up for the theater department, the business department, communications, great athletic department, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports there, and a tuition point that tuition price hasn't been raised in 5 years. Just a perfect place for your son or daughter to go to school. Find out more and schedule an in-person tour at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Four-star running back Justice Haynes picks Alabama over Georgia, Florida, and Ohio State over the weekend. That happened. Troy Bowles picks Georgia over Oklahoma and Ohio State. Two big recruits at running back and linebacker there. Cameron Smith wins the British Open. Big win for him there. State bet win for LT. And, of course, we've got the World Games that wrapped up last night at the World Games.
All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Not in Atlanta, but viewing the college football world from a distance. Luke's, what is up, man? How are you?
I'm doing good, and I got to tell you, Brownie, I do think you found the perfect hotel room.
Why do you say that?
Because you said, didn't you just take a picture of a thermostat on a hotel room that said it was 40 degrees? Is that a different Ryan Brown?
I did set my thermostat at 40 degrees. I don't know that it ever got down to 40 degrees. I was trying to get it to 40 degrees. I've never been in a hotel where the thermostat would go that low. But I just kept hitting the down button, and it kept going down. So I just rolled with it, man, and I went as far as it would take me.
I know. That's awesome. I'm with you, man. I get in those hotel rooms, and I'm setting that thing as low as I can get it.
All right, we'll have to try Luginbill back. We're having a difficult time connecting with him.
Okay, we'll try to hook back up with Tom Luginbill there in just a little bit as we continue from SEC Media Days. Part of our show today, as always, brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper, they're our presenting sponsors. As we sit back here and get ready for the State of the Conference address from Greg Sankey, I ask you this question every year, LT. What is the state of the SEC? What's Greg Sankey going to talk about? What do you think his biggest bragging point is, and what's his biggest concern as he takes the podium here today?
Well, I think, conference realignment is going to be, top of mind. People are going to want to know, is it really 2025 when Oklahoma and Texas are coming in? I think NIL is going to be a big part of this. I just wonder if anybody brings up Jimbo Fisher, Nick Saban to Sankey, or is that ship already sailed?
Well, earlier today on the SEC Network with our friends, Laura Rutledge and her crew, they and Peter Burns and Chris Doring, friends of ours, he had a chance to address that, and he talked about how he expects the coaches to talk about their programs, their players, what's ahead for their season, and not about other people's programs and players. Don't get baited into those type of questions. So I think he's trying to carry over the stage he had sort of set down at the spring meetings in Destin. Let's don't have the infighting between the coaches. Talk about your stuff and not everybody else's stuff.
Yeah, and
I don't know if that'll hold up, though.
Well, I fully expect, I think we all do, that obviously Jimbo's his stance on everything, I don't know if it's changed, but his tone has certainly changed. And, Nick Saban's just going to completely blow off any of those questions.
Yeah. Yeah, the one thing he doesn't want to talk about is something along those lines.
No.
Yeah, that's going to be the case with Nick Saban. So, did you find it interesting? And I don't guess this had registered with me until I was just kind of scanning the schedule. Do you find it interesting that Jimbo Fisher is the very last coach to go? Because you know what that means. You guys have done this for a long time.
Most of the media is gone.
This will be a ghost town by the time he's up there. I mean, this area behind us here that is filling up with writers, and this area here that is packed full of shows from all across the Southeast and all across the country, they'll be going. They'll be going when he hits the stage. Not entirely, but a lot of them will be gone. Do you think there was any accident that Jimbo Fisher was put last like that?
No. I mean, you do schedule this, I think, well in advance of that incident happening. I think we knew what day the teams were going to be here. I can't remember. I have it written in my old circa 1990.
You got it on the calendar?
Date calendar, handwritten date calendar of which day the teams would be here. So I think this was predetermined before the incident happened. You always want a good draw on that final day. You try to have at least one big draw every day. And I think of that final day, it's a good day, but I think Jimbo Fisher's the draw that day, well before the NIL feud with Nick Saban. I think, Texas A&M with their number one recruiting class, a contender for the college football playoffs. They're one of the 3 or 4 premier teams in this league. If you're spreading a storyline out every day, it's pretty easy to have LSU, Georgia, Alabama, all work it down to Texas A&M on that final day. I think it works out well to have him on that final day.
Do you guys know when Kentucky is?
It's that same day, right?
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is because one of the
certain.
things that just got brushed over that you brought up a couple of weeks ago was Mark Stoops and his comments on NIL. And I just thought it was really interesting. I mean, it was basically what Nick Saban said with more on top.
Yeah, he did. He added the fact, and I'm not just talking NIL money, some hard money under the table that's been paid is what Mark Stoops had said. So that was a little bit different, even exclamation point on what Nick Saban had insinuated.
Yeah, I mean, but part of it too.
Just didn't name schools.
Yeah. Part of it too is though when Mark Stoops says it, obviously it's not going to get the same level of attention. So you kind of, I guess you kind of understand that it doesn't get the same publicity as it did when Jimbo Fisher said it.
Yeah, you know what you'll see more today of than anything? What we just saw with Dunaway and whoever that was. It's the people don't know whether to shake or to fist bump.
It's so awkward.
And it happens nonstop.
Yeah, it is so awkward.
Oh, did he go for the fist bump?
He went for the fist bump.
What'd you do, shake?
So he changed it.
Yeah.
And he shook.
Yeah, I pretty much just come in, open hand, people do the fist bump. I just hold that hand out. We're going to shake hands. I mean, I'm sorry. That's the way I'm going to roll. All right, we'll catch up with Luginbill again a little bit. If you tuned in with him, we'll try to chase him back down in just a second. Brian Kelly gets the podium in hour number 3. Lane Kiffin in hour 5 later today, and again we're here until 2 o'clock. Dr. B brings us a part of the show when after LT tells us about his great hair growth. I want to talk about the SEC East. We get to hear from Missouri today, but a couple of SEC West schools. Does the West still have a dominance over the SEC East? And if so, is it a big gap? The East has the national champion. We'll talk more about that after LT tells us about Dr. B.
Hey, with age, for most comes hair loss. I asked around when it started to happen to me. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein, set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting, went over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
All right. So I said, there are times that, I've been coming to SEC Media Days for years now. I don't know if this is my 30th one or what, but it's been a long, long time. And there were a period of time that we would have the discussion about the SEC East being so much further ahead of the SEC West, back when we were sending Mississippi State and Arkansas to Atlanta for the SEC championship game. And then, of course, Nick Saban came to the West, LSU rose, and we had a big discussion about LSU, Alabama, Auburn, the SEC West, light years ahead of the East. How close are we now? And can you make a case that the East has caught the West? Are we evenly divided now in this conference?
No, I don't think you can make that. I don't think the jump, although Georgia is your reigning national champions. The fact of the matter is the SEC East has won one of the last 13 SEC championship games.
Wait a minute.
Yep. Going back to 2009, Alabama won, Auburn, LSU, Alabama, Auburn, Alabama, Alabama, Georgia in 17, Alabama, LSU, Alabama, Alabama. So it's hard to make that argument.
It's a pretty compelling argument Lance just made right there. It's kind of hard to argue against.
It's hard to believe, though.
It really is.
Just because of how good Georgia has been, and Florida's had some really good years too.
That is. So since Tim Tebow won the SEC championship at Florida, only 2017 Georgia.
That's it.
And I'm not sure they would have won that if Auburn's running back was.
Now, this might be a different discussion. Georgia has definitely closed the gap on Alabama,
but not the division as a whole.
Not the division as a whole.
Yeah.
We'll see what Tennessee does this year. There's a lot of expectation for Tennessee, for Kentucky. Florida probably takes a couple more years to get going under Billy Napier.
You can't close the gap unless Tennessee and Florida gets a lot better with Georgia, right?
Yeah, I would agree, because when you went back from 92 to 2001, 10 straight years, it was Florida and Georgia, Florida and Tennessee, I think. The 90s were all decided by Florida and Tennessee. Florida represented the East the first 5 years. Then it was Tennessee back-to-back years of winning the SEC championship. And Tennessee hasn't been there since 2007.
Yeah, that too is very difficult to believe. How long that gap has gone. There's no doubt the West has the upper hand right now. I do think Georgia has closed the gap on the West. Obviously, they just won the national championship, but the East as a whole has not. When you've got teams like LSU that basically came out of nowhere to win the SEC and then go on to win the national championship, who's doing that out of the East? We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we're trying to time it out so we can get the maximum amount of Greg Sankey at the podium as he addresses the media here, the media gathered here in Atlanta and the country. As again, we point this out every year, the SEC fantastic about scheduling things out, and with the All-Star break going on and not a lot going on, camps waiting to open in the NFL, you will get
maximum media exposure for the SEC football media days here on all the platforms, including SportsCenter tonight. So we will try to catch up with Sankey on the podium here when we come back as we continue the conversation from our SEC Media Day coverage in Atlanta at the College Football Hall of Fame, presented by Precision Sports today, also by Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. And the show as well being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, getting you ready to jump into the game.
And what you need to do with Nichols Outfitters is go check out that brand new fishing department they have. If you haven't been to the store in a while, you will not recognize the fishing department. All the brands, Duckett Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, 6th Sense Fishing. All you've been asking for now with the new fishing department. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
We'll get to Rockstar's viewing menu after LT tells us about our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, the Crimson Connection. New Life Art excited to announce a very limited number of Bryce Young autographed 8x10 pieces right now. The collegiate classic prints. Each is personally hand-signed by Bryce Young and Daniel Moore. They're also numbered by the artist Act Quickly. There's only a few of these available. Go to danielmooreart.com for more information.
At 9 p.m. on ESPN, the highly anticipated documentary series, The Captain of Derek Jeter. Any interest?
The Derek Jeter story is an interesting one. Buster is highly featured. Well, I don't know if I should say highly featured in this. I don't think Buster told us that, but Buster is in this, our friend Buster Olney, so you can see some of him there as he tells kind of the story of Derek Jeter. Apparently, Jeets and A-Rod did not get along, as it turns out.
Well, I'm not going to be as much into this as I was the Jordan one.
No.
Because the pandemic's not going on. I've got other things going on in my life.
There's no doubt that that's the case, yeah.
Back then, I'm
with you.
I had nothing to do but do our show and watch the Jordan documentary. So, and play golf.
Yeah.
And so now I do our show, play golf, and watch Mad Men.
Ding, Rockstar.
Well, at 9:30 on History Channel, there's a new series about fast food, and this episode's called The Burger Underdogs, and it has an interesting fact. I didn't know this, but this features Dave Thomas from Wendy's, the founder of Wendy's. Did you also know that he ran some Kentucky Fried Chickens before he opened Wendy's? He was the inventor of the bucket of chicken. So I thought that was interesting that you learned that tonight.
Okay. Learning a lot from Rockstar tonight.
So that's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life. Smuff writes in and says, I hope Will Levis shows up for you guys at Media Day shirtless with a sports coat and eats multiple foods that you're supposed to peel without peeling any of them. An orange,
we
an apple.
Can only hope, right?
Think it'd make news?
Yeah, we'd have a lot of
if you had him show up shirtless.
It'd make Forrester's Day. I'll tell you that. Nobody loves him more than Forrester does. Back on the back row there. All right.
I don't know they wants to see him shirtless.
You never know, man. You never know. As long as it's good video content.
That's true. That's true.
That's all Forrester is here for, good video content. All right. It's time to do our 40 and 40 today before the commissioner gives us the state of the conference. Let's continue our countdown. Voted on by you, our viewers and listeners. We're at number 29 today. It is Cincinnati, and it's all brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Hey, remember Baumhauer celebrating 40 years in the state of Alabama. The first to bring the delicious taste of wings to Tuscaloosa was our friend Bob Baumhauer. Stop in. They're going to take it easy on your wallet. Try their limited time Inflation Sucks menu. The featured item this week, Brown's going to love this, the barbecue yard bird.
Oh, heck yeah.
Mojo marinated chicken breast basted with their homemade barbecue sauce, served with a half-grilled baked potato and green beans, only $9.99 for all that food. Stop in for lunch or dinner. They've got you covered with their most affordable menu options. It's Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
You can't beat that. All right, continuing our 40 and 40 countdown. Number 29, the Cincinnati Bearcats. They broke the ceiling. They made the playoffs last year, and I tell you what, if they get quarterback right, the schedule is set up for them to have another great football season.
Well, the quarterback's going to be a drop-off. Desmond Ridder was obviously a guy that gets drafted in the second round by the Atlanta Falcons. He was a talented guy. This is a team that got to a college football playoff, the first Group 5. And Luke Fickell has turned into one of the better coaches in all of college football. He's going into year 6. First year, he had that losing record. Since then, though, since that 4-8, 11-2, 11-3, 9-1 in the COVID 2020. And then last year, 13-1, the one loss to Alabama. They've just got some big losses. Two best players, Ahmad Gardner and Desmond Ridder, are gone.
Yeah. Which one's the bigger loss, you think?
Desmond Ridder.
I mean, I know you normally say quarterback. Ahmad Gardner is the better of the two players.
I would agree with
but
that.
Quarterback is going to be the bigger loss. But, I mean, you can't just dismiss losing a guy that was taking away a third of the field.
No, exactly. And the other corner wasn't bad either, right? He was a great corner. So that secondary Alabama faced in the semifinal game was one of the more talented defensive backfields in
Kobe
college
Bryant.
football. Yeah. So that was a talented group. You lose a big part of that too. I agree with you. They're transitioning to the Big 12. If Fickle stays there, I think this program holds up well in the Big 12 when they transition.
I mean, right now, I said earlier or last week that I think BYU would be your favorite to win the Big 12 this year. I'm not going to be surprised at all if Cincinnati doesn't have immediate success once they get to the Big 12.
Yeah, that's tough start for them at Arkansas, though. And that's a game where you think they'll be how big of an underdog?
I think Arkansas will be about a 4.5 point favorite there.
Yeah. So, that's a tough start for them on the road at Arkansas.
That is Cincinnati, and that's our number 29 team on the countdown, voted by you guys, the viewers and listeners, and it's brought to you every day by our friends at Baumhauer.
And again, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years right here in the Alabama market. Great food, and they want to take care of you. Right now, we all know inflation sucks. Well, Baumhauer is here to save you a few bucks. The inflation menu right now, limited time. The featured item of the week is that barbecue Yardbird. Stop and get that served with a homemade barbecue sauce, half-grilled baked potato, and green beans, only $9.99 for lunch or dinner. Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right. When we come back, we will hear from Greg Sankey on the podium as he gives us the state of the conference address to kick things off. Before we take that break, though, one developing story that we'll get into a little bit later on, there is now a big buzz that yesterday's Open winner, Cam Smith, may announce this week that he's going to the Live Tour. More on that coming up in a little bit. That would be another big get for that tour there.
Well, no doubt. When you can get the guy that just won the Open Championship. Now, he was not happy he was asked about it in the post-tournament, but those rumors have been out there hot and heavy for Cam Smith.
And I've got a feeling our friend Charles, going back to the news last week, is going to take that position. I just wonder when that's going to go down.
Yeah.
All right. So that's something we'll keep an eye on. But quick break here so we can hear the commissioner when we come back. The show being brought to you over here at SEC Media Days, presented by Precision Sports. Also, Tommy James Law, our friends at Culver's, Wayne's Pest Control, and, of course, Dr. Pepper, your official drink of the Southeastern Conference. We're back in a second on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
We are back with you at SEC Media Days in Atlanta, the College Football Hall of Fame, a few minutes away from Commissioner Greg Sankey taking the podium there. Mortgage Right, bringing you the show every day. As always, in 50 states, you can get the best mortgage with our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yes, Dunaway, mortgage rates have risen. Market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, the commissioner will be up in a second as we kick off this official SEC Media Day, which with his address, and then LSU, Ole Miss, and Missouri will follow today. Nick Saban in Alabama on Tuesday, Brian Harsin in Auburn coming your way on Thursday. Man, you're starting to see a lot of the hype videos getting closer and closer to the football season. Hard to believe we're already to that point. But boy, I love the college football season, and just, looking around, seeing, our friend Roman and Laura and Feinbaum down on the SEC network set there, McElroy and the crew down there. It's good to see everybody. I told my wife when I was leaving yesterday, I was like, she goes, you always get excited about SEC Media Days. Why? And I said, it's like the first day of school. When you go back, you get to see the people you work with, your classmates, basically, for the first time after summer break. And it's good to see everybody again. Like LT right now, waving at somebody.
Matt McLaren got on his Texas Rangers hat.
Yes, I saw Matt last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know who all was here from our former station.
Saw him last night, met his new fiance.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yep. very close to Jimmy Foot in Mouth again.
Oh,
why? What did you almost say?
Well, I walked up and congratulated him. Was about to say something. He goes, I was like, hey, congratulations on the engagement. I was about to say, and he goes, oh, she's right behind you. She's sitting right here. And I was like, oh, hey.
Well, then, hello.
I was just going to say how beautiful she was.
Quick save.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is. I agree with you, man. It's, we get to see a lot of people we don't typically get to see. It looks like fans are starting to congregate down there, too, in the lobby. It looks very Winfrey-esque.
Winfrey-esque.
Did you see fans down there earlier?
I did not.
I didn't either, but now there's a lot.
No, I will tell you this.
I don't have the same view you do. I've got all the tables down Radio Row.
You got here first, so you got to choose your view.
Yeah, I walked in this morning, though, and the very first person I see is an Alabama fan.
And Bama will be here.
When is Bama?
Tomorrow.
I don't know if he was camping out.
That's early.
He's got his place saved, though.
I don't know if he was camping out or what.
Hey, right across from us on the wall is that Georgia Tech beats Cumberland College in 1916, 222-0. How fast were they scoring?
Quick, very.
Yeah,
every play. It was still a 60-minute game back then, right?
Yeah,
every play, I assume.
It's amazing.
So, the band was actually tired at the end of that one, right? Playing the fight song.
Oh, had to be. I guess nobody's alive from that game, though.
Okay. Just the flutes this time. All right, just the trombones in the fight song. Try to change it up a little bit. I love, as I said, seeing people. Saw Fitzy as he was walking his way through, and I was like, "Hey, do you know how to get over to the College Football Hall of Fame?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm walking there right now. Follow me." They gave me, my friends at ESPN gave me a back way to get in. I said, "Okay, it's gonna be better than me walking out of the hotel, walking." One city block across the street and back in. Okay, I'll follow you. To say that this was a winding, I bet we walked 5 miles to get here, it seemed like.
I couldn't believe when I heard you talking to Fitzy that y'all did that, because literally, if you just go to the lobby in the tower we're staying in, walk out that door, it is maybe 20 yards.
Yep. So we walked through 2 kitchens.
It's like the beginning of Goodfellas.
We walked through 2 kitchens, and we walked through a loading dock. We walked through the SEC meeting where Laura Rutledge didn't have her hair done yet. She didn't have
she didn't have her hair done.
Yeah, she normal hair, but it's not up yet. Yeah. So it was a long trip.
No, you made it.
Yeah, the outside is outside, but a little bit easier. So I wouldn't go through the kitchens again if I were you. I'd try just the outside.
Yeah. All right. Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's.
Wayne's right now is helping you save money. You can save at Wayne's when you call 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. And use the code TNR for the next round when you call 866-WAYNES-1. Now, what they're helping you save on is Smart Pest. Smart Pest is the solution for you to avoid any sort of rodent infestation. Because with Smart Pest, they're going to set up 24/7 rodent monitoring, and it is going to proactively try to indicate that there are rodents there. They'll proactively indicate that. Then it tells you, hey, you got a rodent situation. And Wayne's comes out and takes care of that, and you never get the infestation. So stop before it gets to be an infestation when it's just one rodent, and call 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR and save $100 off that initial Smart Pest service when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
All right. We're looking down at the arena. They're gathering the media in. We're about to hear from the commissioner. Other news, though, Tripp in the chat room says not only is it Cam Smith, guys, it's Mark Leishman, it's Adam Scott, and Hideki Matsuyama, all is apparently leaving for the Live Tour, and that Srixon is one of the big sponsors that could be going over on the Live Tour as well. Have you heard anything about?
I have not. On the Srixon front, now all those names obviously I have heard, but on the Srixon I have not. This is interesting because when you look at some of the guys that are going over there, one of those is Henrik Stenson. Henrik Stenson is scheduled to be the Ryder Cup captain.
Oh, wow.
For this upcoming year.
How's that going to work?
It is not. They're going to tell him no thank you.
Well, let me ask you this.
Sorry, Henrik.
As a golf traditionalist, it seems like LIV is going to ultimately have the better talent out there, the bigger names. Is this the beginning of the end of the PGA Tour?
I don't know if it's the beginning of the end for the PGA Tour. You've still got some big names out there on the PGA Tour. You've still got Jordan Spieth. You've still got Rory McIlroy, who has dug in and is saying he is not going anywhere. You've still got Will Zalatoris. I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to remember the guys that have left, the guys that haven't. You've still got a Will Zalatoris, a guy that's got a really, really bright future. So, I wouldn't say it's the end of it, but I would say it's alarming if you're the PGA Tour and how many guys are going.
And they're going to have to make adjustments, right? I mean, sooner or later, they're going to have to allow these people or these players to play on that tour, but still be able to qualify and play for majors.
Yeah, exactly.
Rockstar, let's take another quick break here so we can get the maximum amount of the commissioner to the top of the hour here. Another quick break from our SEC Media Days coverage. The commissioner is coming up when he makes it to the podium, presented by our friends at Precision Sports. They're our title sponsor, along with our great friend Tommy James Law. Culver's, if you're looking for a great place for lunch or dinner, Culver's is that place for you. Wayne's Pest Control, and as always, our friends Dr. Pepper, synonymous with the SEC. It's Dr. Pepper. Back in a moment from Atlanta.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Continuing from SEC Media Days, presented by our friends at Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, as we await the commissioner. And he officially kicks off SEC Media Days every year with his State of the Conference, and that is a few minutes away here at the College Football Hall of Fame, a place that we have never toured. We've worked in a couple of times. We've never actually gone around and seen the facility. I may do it before we get out of here over 4 days.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing it.
Are tours free? Like if I've got my credential, do I get a free tour?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I looked at that store. It looks like the store's got some pretty cool gear in there.
Yeah.
All College Football Hall of Fame gear. I'm going to get T-shirts from all 130 teams. That would be what I'd be.
That would be awesome.
If
they're an old school
I'd be
retro.
an addict. I'd be sitting there going, "Oh,
Dunaway would clean out the rack."
What would you like? One go-to right now? You think?
You know, I don't think I have a great collection of ACC schools. I've got a North Carolina. I've got plenty Georgia Tech. I don't have any Miami and such. So,
would you want one of the old school Pitt shirts?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
I like
absolutely.
That script Pitt.
Greg Sankey's at the podium. Let's listen in now. The commissioner kicks us off, presented by our friends at Precision Sports. LT will tell you about Precision in just a second. Here's the commissioner.
We want to make sure this is a valuable time, and so we have staff and volunteers here to support your effort, and please reach out if they may be of assistance. It's good to be in Atlanta. It's a city of history for the Southeastern Conference. It was here in 1933 that the conference conducted its first annual meeting, so it wasn't annual at that point. It became annual. It's also the site of the conference's first ever men's basketball tournament, that also happening in 1933. It's happened here 12 times since, including one interrupted by a tornado. It's been the home of our football championship game since 1994. We moved media days, which doesn't happen a lot in conferences. We moved media days here in 2018. We plan to be back in 2020 until COVID hit, and it's great to be back here today. We're excited for the start of the season. You're going to hear that 14 more times from this podium, I expect, right? But part of the excitement being here is on September 3rd, Oregon and Georgia will play in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. As you look to the end of the season, or towards the end of the season, the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl will host one of the college football playoff semifinals on December 31st. Looking back, when we wrapped up in Indianapolis, Georgia's football team won the 3rd consecutive national championship in football by an SEC team, and just because it's fun to remember, LSU in 2019, Alabama in 2020, and Georgia in 2021, or at least those seasons. I thought that was great. That would be my talking point about how excited we are about the quality of competition. And then I was reminded that members of this conference from 2007 to 2010 had 4 different teams win 4 consecutive national championships: LSU, Florida, Alabama, and Auburn. And if you look at the BCS CFP era and you add in Tennessee in 1998, we've had 6 different football programs earn national championships, which communicates the depth of our conference competitively. And I'll let you make the comparisons between us and our colleagues as it relates to national championship success in football. But as we watch the college football world change around us, we are absolutely proud of the competitive team and individual achievements earned through the Southeastern Conference, be that on the football field, the women's basketball court, the baseball field. The World Championships in track and field showcase young people who've had an experience in this conference and every other one of our 21 championship sports. The reality, though, is that away from the games and the playing fields and the courts and the tracks and the courses, it's been quite a summer. Actually, quite a year for those of us who write about, those of you who write about, and those of us who work in college athletics. You go back to June of 2021. We had a Supreme Court decision in Alston versus the NCAA. The onset of name, image, and likeness really took place on July 1st through the onset of different state laws and an alteration of potential plans for NCAA governance in the aftermath of the Alston decision. Later in July, we, as a conference, issued membership invitations to the University of Oklahoma and the University of Texas to join the Southeastern Conference effective July 1st, 2025. We saw creation of the NCAA's Constitution Committee. We watched more membership transition among conferences in Division I. The NCAA Transformation Committee was announced in December. We had another uptick in COVID, which introduced disruption and felt eerily similar to what we experienced through the 2021 year. We had, as you know, consideration of expansion to the college football playoff format that ultimately was not adopted under the current CFP governance structure. This spring, the NCAA announced the transition of its president, NCAA President Mark Emmert, and the commencement of a search to fill that role. And then on June 30, right after I got to my lake to relax, the announcement came that the Big Ten would expand its membership to include USC and UCLA, which created a busy few weeks for you and for me as we tried to separate truth from fiction. You tried to figure out what your competitors knew or didn't know and what they were reporting. Tried to figure out the different agendas, and you worked to post stories quickly. So much for our summer vacation. So that brings us here to begin the talking season ahead of college football. And in preparation for my comments, I went back to my first Media Days remarks in 2015. I'd been to any number of those as a member of the SEC staff, but I started reading through each year's comments, and in 2015, again here in 2018, and a couple times since, I began not with Mr. Spicoli's quote, but with a reference to Bob Dylan's "The Times They Are A-Changing." And I've never lost sight of that reality. I'm not sure we all understand what is intended by those lyrics or conveyed by the phrases, that the wheel's still in spin, but times are changing more rapidly than ever. And you saw some of that play out this spring. So at our Destin meetings, we started with a small meeting of our head football coaches. And I went in with a very clear focus on a message, probably not the message that you thought I would communicate, maybe not the message they thought they'd hear, but one that was clear and direct. As I walked into the room, I learned that someone had tweeted our head football coach seating chart. And the trending topic on Twitter became not the Destin spring meetings, but look at this football coach's seating chart. But as we refocused, here's what I told our coaches. It is never going to be the same, but it doesn't have to be the way that it is. We're dealing with complex problems that won't be solved by complaints, by accusations, by finger pointing, or by offering simple solutions. What is needed now is collaboration, deep thinking about real-world solutions, and everyone participating in the conversation. The outcome, and I shared this in real time, was we had some of the most in-depth conversations with full participation through our spring meetings that I've ever experienced. And that includes not only our football coaches, but our women's basketball coaches, men's basketball coaches, our Student Athlete Leadership Council representatives, our athletics directors, faculty representatives, senior women administrators, and ultimately our presidents and chancellors that week. Each group recognizes that it's never going to be the way that it was, but it doesn't have to be the way that it is. And in that conversation, we recognize that all too often, what sounds like an easy solution to these complexities fails to consider the impacts that those easy answers have on many other matters. And frankly, in college athletics, we're here because we've either pushed aside some of those conversations and decisions, or we've dealt with the easy solutions rather than the complexities that account for the full breadth of outcomes and consequences. But in this environment, I'm proud to say, in my view, and I think in the view of our entire membership, the Southeastern Conference is stronger now than at any other time in our history. We're poised to grow to 16 members on July 1st, 2025. This expansion keeps the SEC in contiguous states, which supports a reasonable geography among like-minded universities and keeps us confident that fan interest will continue to grow in our communities, in our region, in this country, and literally across the globe. There's no sense of urgency in our league, no panic in reaction to others' decisions. We know who we are confident in our collective strength, and we are uniquely positioned to continue to provide remarkable experiences educationally and athletically, along with world-class support to student athletes. It is a compliment that people from all across the country and all across the globe want to be a part of the Southeastern Conference. We understand our fan base in our region. We have an outstanding relationship with our media partners effective in the fall of 24, Disney, ABC, and ESPN, with a focus on how we continue to strengthen the SEC network. And I appreciate the talent, those of you behind cameras, those working in production that we never see, in directing and coordinating to make what we do this week the best TV of the summertime. As you know, when we go through this change, we are considering how to schedule. And so some of those decisions were made in Destin, but our football scheduling model is still under consideration. We had deep and productive conversations in Destin. Those conversations actually began back at our meetings in August. And when we concluded our discussion in Destin, we had a focus placed on a single division model with the ability to accommodate either an 8-game or 9-game conference schedule. And I'll wink and say we could even accommodate a 10-game conference schedule. I see all of you look up. I just wanted to see if you're paying attention. So that's actually not our focus. We ended, though, with the understanding that more questions needed to be answered, including understanding the general timeline and the issues that need to be addressed as we think forward now about the college football playoff. We have to dig through a tie-breaking procedure. So we have over a quarter century in divisions, and we understand all the nuances about how to break ties, but we have to dig a bit deeper there. with this single division concept in front of us. And we want to understand the impact through the use of analytics on bowl eligibility for our teams who are growing their programs and college football playoff access dependent on the number of teams that might be included. And so there are a range of possibilities being considered. We have time to make a decision. And as you've seen before with us, particularly in the last few years as we dealt with some difficult issues, we're going to use that time to inform our decision making and not be subject to an arbitrary deadline. The national issues, though, go beyond the Southeastern Conference, beyond the college football playoff, beyond conference membership changes, and include important conversations about the future of the NCAA and its ability to be effective at leading the overall collegiate athletics enterprise, and how we effectively support young people who choose on their own to engage in name, image, and likeness activity. Last July, on that list of issues we've seen over the last year, the NCAA's Board of Governors issued a press release that included these words, quoting, "The Special Constitutional Convention is intended to propose dramatic changes to the NCAA Constitution and to reimagine aspects of college sports so the association can more effectively meet the needs of current and future college athletes." And that same press release included statements like college sports must quickly adapt. This is not about tweaking the model we have, and we cannot go on as we are. At the end of that constitutional effort, what's really changed? You need to ask yourself that question. Did we need that effort to get at some of the Division I problems? I would submit not, but someone is correct in that statement that we cannot go on as we are. In October, the NCAA announced formation of the Division I Transformation Committee, and I'm proud to serve on that committee with co-chair Julie Cromer and 19 other individuals who have spent an enormous amount of time trying to sort through the difficult issues we have. The press release announcing creation of the Transformation Committee referenced the complexity of issues in Division I. That observation was spot on. There is a complexity of issues that doesn't lend itself to the easy button and not necessarily to immediate resolution. And so those issues include the need for a meaningful membership process, dealing with enforcement and infractions issues where college athletes face uncertainty and penalties related to actions that may have taken place when they were in junior high or elementary school. We have a rule book that simply grows and grows and grows. We have a governance process that has key committees and councils populated by participants who rarely, if ever, speak, and who are being asked to make important national policy decisions when they may not have that same authority on their day-to-day work context on campus. We have a bureaucratic process that leaves issues languishing for months or for years. Again, it's correct. We can't go on as we are. We're making progress on those issues. In August, the Division I Board of Directors will receive a report which won't solve every problem, but will deal with issues around enhancing the student-athlete experience, modernizing the transfer rules, dealing with that rule book and trying to reduce it, and refining that infractions process with a focus on bringing matters to conclusion in a timely manner. And then as we look at the fall, we're going to have some difficult issues around membership. That issue was not created by the 5 conferences labeled the autonomy conferences or by FBS. It was assigned to the Transformation Committee by the Division I Board. We're going to have to determine how to make effective decisions in Division I. And there are incredible disparities around revenue, around expenses, around support, and around expectations in this division. It makes it difficult to ensure the presence of shared values and common purpose around supporting athletics programs. We also need to make sure we enhance the experience for student athletes in NCAA championships. What's happened before can never happen again. I don't expect that will be easy, but it's important and will play out through the fall months. I did not mention name, image, and likeness because that's been reserved by the Division I Board of Directors. And on May 9th, you saw a statement from the board that I think was helpful. The question is, what's happened as a result? We need clarity from the NCAA National Office on what's happening and what will happen under the NCAA Division I Board of Directors directive. It's a difficult issue, subject to the onset of state laws that came into effect last July, and since that time, some of those same states have pulled back from those laws because it's in the state's competitive interest to do so. It's exactly what we warned about dating back to 2019, that a patchwork of state laws was the most ineffective way to approach name, image, and likeness. And here's our view. We need a clear, enforceable standard to support national championship caliber competition and national championships themselves, like the College World Series, the Final Four, and the College Football Playoff National Championship, and every other national championship. So there is a connection and a common basis for competition. Our student athletes, we just had a Student Athlete Leadership Council meeting. They ask us for clarity and for uniformity and for institutional support of their name, image, and likeness efforts. A national standard would mean that high school juniors and seniors and their families don't have to sort through dozens of different state laws or institutional policies where state laws don't exist. It's an unfair way to treat young people making a college decision. And a common standard would allow them to have clarity around the rules and policies that govern their own decision-making and activity. Our football coaches were unanimous and unequivocal at our spring meetings when they discussed name, image, and likeness, that booster activity should be completely removed from the recruiting aspect of their work. Our young people deserve consumer protection to ensure commitments they make do not create long-term entanglements and points of exploitation that reduce or eliminate their future earning potential. And lastly on this list for now, there's an absence of oversight for those described as agents. These aren't agents as we've come to know them over time, or NIL businesses that approach young people and families directly with offers with no transparency. That gap needs to be addressed, and the unregulated marketplace calls for action. The NCAA is limited in its ability to govern this space. To put state universities in conflict with their own state laws is an impossibility. And litigation limits the extent to which the NCAA can actually act. And that's why the continuing identification of Congress as the opportunity to set a national standard remains important. We did have conversations that if there's not a national standard, we need to explore if we can have common state laws among our 11 current states, eventually to be 12, to support healthy name, image, and likeness activities. Do we face headwinds in college sports? Absolutely. It's actually not new. It's a decades-old problem, and those decades-old problems now rest firmly on our agendas. The SEC will not be complacent, even with the knowledge that we're in a position of strength. Now's the opportunity and the time to continue to support our student athletes, and to the extent we can do more, we actually do more. We must take the step forward to make sure the experience that's present today is there tomorrow and for decades to come. One of the great things I'm able to do is visit with leaders of today, our presidents and chancellors, athletics directors, and other key campus leaders, and the leaders of tomorrow. Those are the young people on our teams, which is why, despite the difficulties, despite the challenges, knowing the successes that are present, I'm confident that the best days of the Southeastern Conference still remain ahead. So with that, Kevin, I'll turn it to you, and we can entertain some questions, and we'll see how I do with the answers.
Thank Thank you, Commissioner. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Jack, Jake, and Preston, we will get a microphone. So we're going to start right over here in the middle. Ron, go ahead, Ron. Please give your name and affiliation.
Yes, Ron Higgins, Tiger Details. Greg, do you anticipate maybe Texas and Oklahoma coming in the league early ahead of time?
That's not up to me. That's about the relationship between Oklahoma, Texas, and the Big 12. We are focused on the addition being effective July 1st, 2025.
Okay, we're going to go down here on to our right, second row.
Richard Johnson, Sports Illustrated. Greg, with what's happened in the country the last few months, in addition to it being an election year, do you think that that makes it even more difficult for Congress to do something to make a clear, enforceable NIL policy?
Go back, Richard, to March, and I made a list in a meeting of matters present, you know, a war in Ukraine, the economy, Build Back Better that was introduced and not moved, and the differences that exist in Congress. And we have a midterm election coming up, and things that have happened over recent weeks and months have just added to that. The reality was, when I had that conversation in March, I wasn't looking to necessarily this Congress to be the solution, just because of the timing. We've had conversations with leaders from both sides of the aisles, and we'll continue to do so, because regardless of what's happened recently or what happens with the election, we need a bipartisan solution for this national concept to move forward. And if we don't, then we're going to be left not simply creating conference rules. We're going to have to deal with state laws that vary in our region, and that was actually part of our conversation in Destin as well. But the focus will remain on a national solution, and Congress is the venue for that option.
Okay, we're going to go right over here on the left, about 4 rows back.
Greg, John Sokoloff at WCBI TV in Columbus. You mentioned one of the bigger issues with that single division model was the tiebreakers and figuring out that stuff. What are some of the other issues when y'all think about finalizing that single division format?
John, you didn't even have to introduce yourself, because I was in Omaha and heard you ask a question in those press conferences leading up to the Ole Miss National Championship. So welcome to Atlanta. The list of issues, so tiebreakers one, the number of games and what that means from a scheduling standpoint, the imbalance around 9 games versus the comfort with 8 games. What happens with non-conference schedules, and we have a requirement that 9th game right now be among an Autonomy 5 type opponent. How do we dispose of or maintain that particular policy? The impact on bowl eligibility and college football playoff access, I mentioned. When I go through 6 different teams having won national championships in the last 25 years or so, no one comes close to that number. So the level of competition here, while people want to be a part of it, we're attentive and sensitive to that. Just to be clear, nobody from TV is saying do this or do that. This is a conversation and a decision to be made among our conference membership.
Okay, we're going to stay in the same section, 3rd row back. Kirk.
Kirk Bowles from the Austin American-Statesman. Greg, do you sense a lot of support for a model with 3 permanent rivals, or anywhere close to a consensus on that? And is there any interest in expanding beyond 16 teams right now?
The first question is, it's under consideration, Kirk, and there are limits on the number of options available for 3 permanent opponents based upon the number of games. 9 makes that more practical. If you remember, I had 2 points when we expanded that I wanted to be front and center. One is that we engage in blue sky thinking, just let's look at the big picture. And the second is we rotate our teams through campus as frequently as possible, so we don't go 12 years between visits. And so those 2 have guided us. That last one relates to the number of games, number of permanent opponents, and how many times you can move people through cleanly. And that's exactly the point of conversation. Embedded in my remarks is we're attentive, we're engaged in conversation. The great news for the Southeastern Conference is that people call and say, hey, you're doing something really special, and they kind of hint around the edges. As I went through, we know who we are. We're confident in our success. We're really looking forward to the expansion and being at 16 teams, and don't feel pressured to just operate at a number. But we'll watch what happens around us and be thoughtful but be nimble.
Commissioner, we'll go to our right, second row.
Charles Odom with the Associated Press here in Atlanta. Following up on what you just said, you said you don't have a sense of urgency or panic in reaction to what others are doing, but in looking at what others are doing, does it affect your receptiveness to those calls that you say you're receiving from others? Do you see this heading toward a conglomeration of super leagues, and do you have to be proactive to be at the front of that?
Well, somebody will write that a smart aleck guy, we are a super league. I mean, when I walk through the recitation, this is a super league. So as I visited with our presidents and chancellors and ADs, now understand the timing is this news broke June 30. I did not gather that group until the next Wednesday. I wanted to make sure I learned what was actually happening. But also I didn't want a story like on Friday, the day after, oh, the SEC presidents are gathering, and then you have this ripple effect of they're going to do something. And so we wanted to be patient and wanted to communicate. Again, we're comfortable at 16. There's no sense of urgency, no sense of panic. We're not just shooting for a number of affiliations that make us better. Could they be out there? I would never say they're not. I would never say that we will. We're going to be evaluating the landscape. I'm not going to speculate. And I actually am watching a lot of this activity operating around us, more so than impacting us directly.
Okay, we're going to go right back down here in front, third row. Bob.
Hey Greg, how you doing? Bob Holt, Arkansas Democrat. This is kind of a multi-part question. I was curious, what lake was it where you were on vacation? And did you get to take any vacation? Did you have any inkling what the Big Ten was doing? And do you think Texas and OU trump USC and UCLA when it comes to adding teams to a conference?
I'll start at the end, yes. I'm not sure we want to use the word trumped all the time these days, but be careful about that. We're in contiguous states. It's a southeast quadrant. I do have a few letters about what's southeast mean, but we are in the southeast quadrant of the United States. Those two additions actually restore rivalries. The Texas-Arkansas game last year was pretty special, but that goes back a long way. Obviously, Texas and Texas A&M rivalry will be like our in-state rivalries across the league. You have Missouri and Oklahoma that are a quarter of the Big Eight that are now part of the Southeastern Conference, and the opportunity for Arkansas and Oklahoma to play regularly. I think that's right. That's who we are. Those fan bases get it. One of the very first calls I had, it's like, hey, we watch how you've made decisions in the Southeastern Conference and how you want to achieve as universities and athletically, and we want to be a part of that. Absolutely, that's right. Did I have an inkling? I'll be honest with you that about 18 months ago, I said, here's some projections of what could happen, and those two schools were part of it nationally, but I didn't know that this was about to happen on June 30. No, not at all. As I look and try to project what takes place and guess, that type of movement was somewhere in my thinking, but not at that moment. And it's where I grew up, in Skaneateles, New York. Skaneateles. So I've lived in two places that are tough to spell, Skaneateles, New York, and Natchitoches, Louisiana. You're going to have to get Natchitoches on your own.
We'll stay in the same section, a row back.
Hey there, Greg. This is Lane Higgins from the Wall Street Journal.
Where are we at, Lane?
Right here. I wanted to ask you about how your thoughts on access to a college football playoff might be evolving, because I know, before this latest wave of realignment with USC and UCLA moving, you had been very adamant on an 8-team model with 5 automatic bids. And
No. I'm going to come back to that, but
okay.
I meant against that.
Against that.
Not supportive of that.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
I'm sorry.
You had strong opinions about it.
Herb's going to get on me for interrupting you, so I apologize, Lane.
That's okay. But I'm curious how your views of what a potential model when the playoff would expand might look like, given that we are in this current state of flux where maybe the conferences are changing and, maybe automatic bids might not be given equal weight given where conferences are heading.
Just to be clear, and I apologize for my rudeness there, but that one, somebody's live tweeting, and I'll be credited with that thought. I walked into one of the first meetings when we were looking at the format and said, If we want to expand to 8 teams for the playoff with no automatic bids, I'll have that conversation. But moving to an 8-team playoff and granting what we're going to be 6 automatic bids and reducing at-large access is unwise. And in fact, if you look, I think 2014, you would have replaced the 8th best team in the country with the 20th best team in the country. I don't think we can survive that from a credibility standpoint. But the pressure was there to have conference access with some guarantee, and so the 12-team, 6 at-large, which increases the at-large access, and 6 conference qualifiers, not automatic qualifiers, but the guarantee to the 6 best conference champions, was a really good balancing outcome. But things have changed, and I was clear back in January when we walked away from the conversation that we as a conference weren't unanimous in our support. I had, as commissioner, moved people forward to the point we were supportive as a league. And if we're going to go back to square one, then we're going to take a step back from the model introduced and rethink the approach. Number of teams, whether there should be any guarantee for conference champions at all. Just earn your way in. There's something that's healthy competitively about that and creates expectations and support around programs. Where we go, we'll see. We've had one initial conversation in late June. I walked into that meeting not very optimistic about the ability to talk through issues, and I walked out much more positive about the path forward than when I walked in. And there's a lot of work to do. We have time and we'll use it. And it's the same type of issues that you've heard, AQ or no AQ, how many teams, what's the relationship to the bowls, when do we play these games on a calendar. We really need to look at that more deeply than we did in the previous iteration. So we'll see how it goes. But those are the realities. But I'd be fine with no AQs, whether it's 4 like we have now. It's a model that's worked. 8, 12, but the inclusion of conference champion access was I thought an effective compromise at a 12-team playoff.
We have time for a few more. We're going to start right here on the front row on the right.
I'm just curious about the NIL. I know we were talking about Super Conference. Can you talk about how that has helped us acquire the title of Super Conference and how you see that progressing in the SEC?
I think we, the Southeastern Conference, were a super conference before name, image, and likeness. In fact, I provided that clever answer a few times over the last 7 or 8 years. There are any number of good stories. You know, I was up the road here an hour in Athens, Georgia, when Auburn gymnastics competed and Suni Lee was cheered by everyone in Stegman Coliseum. You don't get that much between rivals when they're cheering for an individual student athlete. I'll state, Karis Jackson talked about a Bojangles deal when he was in Destin with our leadership group, talking about, I think it was 45 steps to making a Bojangles biscuit that he engaged in on social media. Olivia Dunn at LSU is one of the good stories, very prepared, very ready for that. Those are the activities that we thought would be present and should be present, allow young people to build the brands. And I think there are many more stories beyond just what you read in recruiting that are positive. But one of the concerns up front was that we not do this state by state. We need uniformity. That feeds in to our ability to have national competition during the regular season and support national championships. And so the notion of some oversight, transparency, regulation of the market, I think, is exactly what helps everyone. And I'm convinced, regulated or unregulated, we can do well, but I think the unregulated market creates a set of problems for the people involved, whether it's young people and their families trying to make decisions, the potential for long-term life entanglements and deals that aren't understood and evaluated, the lack of support, the taxation that comes. But we've also allowed it to enter into the recruiting space in a really weird way, and I think that needs to be made healthier than it is right now.
Okay, we'll go back over here to the right in the middle.
Hi, Greg. Michael Giddens, The War Report. Given some of the public comments from coaches about the effect of NIL on recruiting and the classes, is there a feeling from the conference office that member institutions are abiding by the spirit of NIL rules? And how's the conference office supporting educating athletic departments on best practices when it comes to NIL?
The issue is, are they abiding by their state laws? So whether it's spirit or not spirit, the issue that goes back when we're in consultation is, are you following the laws of your state, or in the past, in one circumstance, an executive order in our footprint. It is uncomfortable. It is a new dynamic, and we're going to have to manage through that discomfort. I don't believe everything I read. You're great writers. You're great at what you do. But I don't believe everything I read has the depth of information or the depth of analysis, because what I've not read is the points of concern where young people have lost opportunities or promises and commitments haven't been fulfilled. I look forward to reading those types of analyses. But the focus from the conference office is on providing guidance back to the states that have to provide the information. And we provide educational information. It's tough when that changes routinely through states. And in our footprint, there are 11 different state laws. And then you have questions coming in about the laws or lack of laws in effect in every other state as well.
All right, SEC Media Days continued and kicked off there by the commissioner, Greg Sankey, with his State of the Conference address there, opening statement, and then he took some questions from the gathered media here in the main ballroom. Always an interesting man, Greg Sankey, the way he phrases everything. Some notes that we'll talk about that he brought up there, some of that considering expansion. This hour of the show is always brought to you every day by our friends at Champy's, world famous fried chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew, one thing we're missing already that we had last year on SEC Media Days was Sterling's good fried chicken.
No doubt.
On set with us here.
I'm feeling it. I don't know about you.
We keep rolling along as Champy's Chicken brings you this part of SEC Media Days in this hour from over in Atlanta on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representations made. The quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
SEC Media Days coverage being presented by Precision Sports, along with Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. You just heard the opening State of the Conference address from Greg Sankey. We'll talk more about some of the things he said a little bit later on in the show as we get back to the SEC Media Days, and Brian Kelly and others will be up very soon. But right now, we pause for a second to tell you about our friends at Cowan Equipment. A great Cowan Equipment poll question is about what the commissioner just said. He said on record, he believes Texas, Oklahoma trumps USC, UCLA in the move. I think we all agree. So maybe we can throw that into a poll question. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Albie61 sends us the tweet from our buddy Charles Goldberg, who used to work in Birmingham, the Skyriders tour from the 1980s, a picture of all the media and the old propeller plane that they would jump on in Birmingham and then fly to all 10 SEC campuses. And a young Herb Winch is there on the first row, first floor of the motel in one of the group pictures there. Those were the golden days of SEC Media Days, the Skyriders tour, before they gathered in one place.
Buddy, I've heard stories. I know you have too.
Yeah,
Herb's got some stories on that one.
Yeah, I can only imagine. But heck, we've been doing this for, you going back to your television days, no telling how long. I think this is my 20th.
I've been doing it since 1988, so long time. That was right at the end. I remember the first one. I was at the first one, I think, when they stopped the Skyriders. Or close to it anyway.
And that was over by the airport, right?
The first one was downtown at the Sheraton.
Okay.
First one I went to anyway.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Let's do trash. We do it every day at this time. And I would imagine the Skyrider tour back in the day would have made some trash stories. It is brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit the big button.
Rockstar said there'll be no button today. Trash. Kira going to Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I guess you're excited as I am.
By the sounds of it. No.
It's time for Lentz's trash on the table.
Inflation is out in full force now more than ever. Rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes home buying in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters, and they want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149%. No sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR. We start first. No hard copy today. I'm trying to open it.
This day just keeps getting better.
I've got a trash story.
We got it.
Okay.
What's yours?
Ben Affleck and J-Lo got married.
I saw that. Was that not some sort of stake bet?
No.
I mean, that's the first thing I thought of when I saw they got married is, how does this pay off a stake bet?
We're waiting for Bill and JT to get done. then
Jessica,
that would
Jessica Bill and Justin
Yeah,
Timberlake.
who did I say?
It's
You
Bill
said
and
Bill,
JT,
but-
but it came off very BILL.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
JT.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how Bill Clinton factored into
Bill
a
Clinton and
statement.
Justin Thomas.
Right, right.
Hey, would you guys say that there's a possibility that Bigfoot has been in trash more than any other topic?
Oh,
I'm not talking about like a generic domestic violence or DUIs.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about a subject.
I would say Bigfoot's hit here a lot. Yeah.
Bigfoot, an elusive phenomenon which can slip in and out of reality. And this explains why, despite numerous reported sightings of Bigfoot throughout the forests of North America, there is still no definitive proof to back up the legend. Now, this is the theory constructed by paranormal investigator Stan Gordon, who has been out in the field investigating sightings of ape-like creatures in the woods since the 1960s. He believes Bigfoot may be able to simply vanish at will to protect himself. This makes sense, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's the only way you can. That's right. Make sense out of all this is that he's just got the ability to disappear.
Calling it interdimensional, the reality of Bigfoot could be something far beyond our scientific understanding. Now, we've heard these stories of people who have seen these creatures, and in some cases, they just vanish. He goes on to say, quote, they would say this thing appears suddenly in front of us, walks in front of our vehicle. We could see it head to toe, and suddenly it's gone. It's a very, very weird phenomenon. We're dealing with something that's much stranger than a flesh and blood unknown type animal. The data I'm seeing now indicates we're dealing with something with a physical and non-physical component to it. For a lack of a better term, I call it interdimensional. This man is crazy.
Is that what you think?
Yeah.
I don't need a Bigfoot that can just pop up and disappear. I need my Bigfoot old school.
Yeah,
where I have to steal its jerky.
Your Bigfoot just trouncing through the woods.
I'm dead. I'm just a simple Bigfoot.
I'm just,
Hey,
just
you-
normal guy.
You guys tell me what you think the average Manhattan rent is.
Well, this is going to be skewed by the fact that you probably got a ton of places that are $2.5 to $10 million in rent. So I'm going to say average. This is going to sound
Is this
insane.
residential or commercial?
This residential.
Maybe the smartest question I've asked all day.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's going to sound insane, but I'm going to say your average annual rent in Manhattan is $550,000 a year.
You're going by year. I was going to break it down a month. I was going to say it was
Brown's not even close.
Yeah, I was going to say
That's
it
what
was-
you say, Lance.
for a residential place, a 2-bedroom. I'm going to say $10,000 a month.
The average rental price in Manhattan has topped $5,000 for the first time in history, according to a jaw-dropping June market report complied by Douglas Elliman and Miller Samuel. Now, specifically, the study tallied an average Manhattan rent of $5,058 per month, which alone would set a city tenant back nearly $61,000 a year. That figure marks a 1.7 month-over-month climb from the average $49.75 average rent recorded in May, as well as a 29% year-over-year spike from the $3,922 average found in June of 21. Since late 2021, rents have risen for a variety of factors, one of which includes ongoing record-high inflation rates. Locals also began returning to the city from their COVID hideaways. First, as schools reopened, and later as companies implemented hybrid office home arrangements. Out-of-towners who work full-time remote also began moving to New York to take advantage of their location flexibility.
Okay, I went $45,000 a month there, so I was a touch high.
Yep.
I got to say though, I'm not blown away by $5,000 a month.
No, I'm not either,
When it was
considering what I'm paying.
When it was described as jaw dropping, I'm like, for Manhattan, that's not really jaw dropping.
I think because what you're talking about, those properties are typically paid cash. These are just renters.
Yeah.
And most of their apartments, like the roommate, her sister lives right outside of Manhattan.
Right.
And like it's kitchen, bed, everything in one room.
Yeah, I mean, these are tiny studio apartments, and that is an excessive amount of money for a studio apartment, I would agree.
So the amount of alcohol that can cause health risks to people under 40 may be substantially lower than first thought. A safe daily limit for younger men is just one small shot glass of beer per day.
Oh.
Now, women aged 39 and under can have a little bit more, 2 tablespoons of wine or 100 milliliters of beer. Now, the research is drastically at odds with guidance from the NHS, which recommends Britons avoid regular drinking more than 14 units per week. That's the equivalent to 6 pints of an average strength beer or 10 glasses of low strength wine. However, for those over the age of 40, a drink or two can actually ward off heart disease, stroke, and diabetes. And for the 65s, the risk of health loss from alcohol consumption or only reach for the fourth standard drink onwards. Now, some 1.3 billion people are estimated to have consumed harmful amounts of alcohol in 2020, according to the analysis of drinking habits in 204 countries around the world. Study found 59% drank harmful amounts were aged 15 to 39.
A harmful amount, just, I mean, what would you describe a harmful amount of? It's going to vary per person, obviously.
Saturday.
Yeah. Something called the Beer Olympics?
Yeah.
Ended up being harmful, huh?
Not good.
Not good.
Iranian man needed.
By the way, Brian Kelly ahead of schedule, I think.
No, he's not.
I thought he was there at 45.
Well, that's when we're going to.
Oh, okay. I know. I was just like, the guy's going to have to. He's going to have to get on a clock if he's going to be in the SEC.
No,
Can't go
no.
early.
We're going to him at 45.
I saw people scrambling back in. I was like, he's caught some of the media with their pants down.
Iranian man needed a 7.5-inch water bottle yanked out of his anus.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
The constipated 50-year-old who wasn't named
I would say he was constipated.
So scared of his wife's reaction, he delayed seeking help for 3 days.
Oh, I'll gut it out.
Literally. She had taken him to the hospital because she was concerned about his lack of eating, abdominal pain, and inability to go to the toilet. But the man didn't tell doctors that it was because he had a 250 milliliter bottle inside of him.
Yeah.
It was only reported when he was sent for a CAT scan.
Once in a million shot.
I'm telling you,
every time.
That's what Rockstar always says, 1 in a million. Doc.
Now, he had pushed the bottle in first, the top of the bottle in first, so he was able to pull it out by gripping the top. No, the bottom of the bottle, excuse me.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, but he
no
was
need to get too graphic in the details.
Happens to all of us.
unable to extract the item, leaving the plastic bottle lodged deep inside of his large intestine.
Ooh, deep inside.
Oh, that's tough, man.
You think?
Yeah.
On many levels.
A mother
Import,
of
export.
2 young children claims her downstairs neighbor broke through her tile floor and pepper sprayed her following a series of unresolved noise complaints. Now, the incident happened in late June at a condo complex located in West Houston. Now, according to CPRC2 investigator Joel Eisenbaum, quote, he came through the hole and pepper sprayed you, ? In the hole, yeah, said the tenant, Tisha Rodriguez. Now, part of the incident was captured on video by Rodriguez. Pepper spray incident was later confirmed by the Houston PD. Video appears to clearly show the hole in the floor was punched out from below. Now, according to Jose Luis Sainz, quote, no comment, the downstairs occupant told the news station. Public information officer with the Houston Police Department said the case was forwarded to the DA's office, but the DA office declined to move forward with an assault charge because some of the facts are in dispute. Rodriguez says she plans to move, and her landlord, who is suing Sainz for damaging the unit, has been helpful, but the process of moving is expensive, and she has not yet found another place to live.
It's very unfortunate. I like the old no comment. I got a no comment, a swift no comment on that one.
Yep. And that's all I got.
All right. That's Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen, and market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home before rates rise again. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get a new home before your chance is gone. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And as always, this hour of the show brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. It's time to start thinking about winning your tailgates again this season. Just go online to champyschecken.com and see your tailgate options when it's time to get back to football. Alabama, and open for lunch today on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew have those Mississippi Delta tamales that are to die for right there. Chicken on a stick and a lot more. It's champyschecken.com. We're back in a moment from the SEC Media Days on TNR after this.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you...
said, it's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win. Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round. SEC Media Days coverage presented by Precision Sports. Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. Also, all of our guests are on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We'll hear from Brian Kelly in just a second. Please tell us about our friends at Johnston RV Center.
Johnston RV Center is a place you can go to see America, basically. Johnston RV Center has great deals right now on those Cherokee Alpha Wolves. Payments as low as $275 a month with approved credit and 10% down, all the way up to that ultimate couples coach, which is the Alpha Wolf 26RL-L, the low price of just $329 a month, 10% down with approved credit there. The Coachman Clipper trailer start at just $16,946 with a lifetime warranty. See more in person, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, or always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Hey, remember that Nick Saban tomorrow will be on early, 8 a.m., and then Brian Harsin on Thursday, and we'll be on at 8 a.m. Extra hour today, extra hour on Wednesday, but Tuesday and Thursday, the extra hours are early, extra hour late the other 2 days. That's even more confusing, Jim, now that after you explained it. Regardless, one of the two rookies is Brian Kelly. He's here, the LSU, and he's on the podium taking questions from the gathered media in the ballroom. So let's listen in as Brian Kelly makes his first SEC Media Days appearance.
We've got some young men that have developed. So I would say that right now I stand in front of you that those similar situations, I like the depth and the opportunity to be much better than 2010.
Coach, we're going to go down in front of us here on the front row. Ron?
Yeah, Ron Higgins, Tiger Details. It's been kind of documented, maybe LSU or the collective of NIL of LSU doesn't have as much funds as other schools. How do you overcome that? And have you run into a situation yet where maybe you were outbid for a player, and how do you overcome that?
First of all, I don't know that we don't have as many funds. Nobody has given me, any kind of documentation that we're behind. I feel very comfortable, quite honestly, as I stand here, talking to you, that, what we're doing relative to NIL is as competitive as anybody else. I don't feel like we're being outbid by anybody. I don't think that's the place of NIL anyway. So if we were being outbid, then we're going to be outbid if we have $50 million in our collective. So I don't feel hamstrung by that. I want to continue to educate with NIL. I want to be able to use the resources wisely to help promote name, image, and likeness, and have that available for our student athletes when the time comes.
Coach, we're going to stay here in front of me, 3 rows back. Drew?
Drew DeArmond, WZZN Radio, Huntsville, Alabama coach. So much of coaching is teaching and then earning the trust of your players. How has it been with Miles Brennan, Keyshawn Butte, John Emery, those guys that maybe that are going to be the key parts of your offense? How have you earned their trust so far?
Well, I think trust is a two-way street, they're earning my trust too. I think, it works both ways. First of all, trust is about saying something and backing it up. And then, I think continuing that relationship. We're working on that relationship every day through deeds, through things that we put in front of them and say that we're going to do for them, and backing it up, and then asking them to do some things for us and seeing that they back it up. I think in all 3 of those cases, we're building trust. As you know, Keyshawn was just awarded number 7, which we consider, a program number that highlights the very best player, in particular from the state of Louisiana. And that has to happen when trust has been formed. Miles has been one of our best leaders in our program. John Emery's done an incredible job of bringing himself back into our program. So I think you brought up 3 guys that have earned a lot of trust, and we're trusting them.
Coach, we're going to stay right in front of him in the second row. Tom?
Hey, Coach Tom Murphy, Arkansas Democrat-Gazette. I wanted to ask you about your secondary, what you feel about the talent level there, and the 2 transfers from Arkansas, Fouché and Brooks, how you feel like they might fit in.
Well, let me address Fouché and Brooks. They have been outstanding additions to our program. I know many don't like to see that happen within the league, and I'm not crazy about it either. But these are 2 Louisiana kids that wanted to play at LSU, and they have been great additions. Character, I would say that, when we were looking into the transfer portal, we wanted young men that had SEC experience and had ties to the state of Louisiana. And Brooks and Fouché fit that to the T. And I think the secondary has a number of players that I think went out and recruited either through the portal or that were in the program that give us great depth, but they're going to have to go out and prove it. And I think that's an area that is going to have to come together for us, but we think we have depth and we think we have some talent there.
Coach, we're going to stay on my side, 3 rows back. Kirk?
Kirk Bowles from the Austin American-Statesman. Coach, I wonder why you feel like you're a great fit for LSU since you haven't been in the South that much. And corollary question is that what do you think of Texas and Oklahoma joining an already great conference?
Well, I think fit is about, the ability to run a program, at the highest level. I've done it for 32 years. I've had success at Notre Dame, Cincinnati, Central Michigan, wherever I've been. So, running a program and then, developing players, player development. I think those are the most important thing. And I don't think that needs to be, geographical in a sense. I've gotten to love where I'm at in Baton Rouge. I love the people. They love football. They love family. And they love food. And that fits me really well. So I guess I should have been in the South all along. I love the fact that Oklahoma and Texas, 2 great programs, are coming into the SEC. And, that speaks to Coach Sankey and understanding, the lay of the land and being proactive and having 2 great institutions coming into the SEC. We'll be excited about when they officially join to have them on the schedule as well.
Coach, we're going to go over to your side, 2nd row, Glenn.
Hey, Glenn Gilbo at Outkick.com. Having been at Notre Dame for quite a while, would you be surprised if they joined a conference, or do you think they'll stay independent, and just what do you think of their philosophies toward that?
It's probably not been high on my list of things to think about. I've been trying to correct a slice for the last couple of weeks, and I haven't had much success with that, so I'm going to go back to my day job. But I would say that, certainly Notre Dame still is, a coveted, university in terms of, what conference would want them. Jack Swarbrick knows what he's doing. He's got his ear to the ground. They're going to land into a good position no matter what they do, whether they stay independent or whether they go into the, one of the other conferences. Notre Dame can carry itself pretty good.
Coach, we're going to go right here on this
time on the podium here at SEC Media Days that are being presented to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Precision Sports anchoring our coverage from Atlanta.
Yeah, and Precision Sports, they've been with us since day one. Great people over there. I've actually seen Dr. Patterson myself. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, 2 full hours still to go here from SEC Media Days Day 1 as we roll on in Atlanta. Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester doing a hell of a job back in the Double Down Media studios, keeping us afloat here at the ATL. When we come back, we get back into a conversation about some of the stuff Brian Kelly was talking about. How quick can he get LSU back on the national stage? That as we roll on today from SEC Media Days, Day 1 from Atlanta.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 4 of day 1 of SEC Media Day coverage from Atlanta, the College Football Hall of Fame. Our coverage being presented by Precision Sports, also by Tommy James Law, our friends at Culver's, Wayne's Pest Control, and Dr. Pepper. You always associate the SEC and Dr. Pepper together, and that hasn't changed. We appreciate all of them being on with us here in Atlanta this week. Coverage continues tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. Then we're back in studio on Friday for a very special show with Rockstar back in the lounge. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor with you on floor number 2, overlooking the arena here at the College Football Hall of Fame under the very light-colored tarp roof here with the light fixtures and the lighting grids hanging down. The stage is set. Brian Kelly's wrapping up his time on the stage there. Earlier, the commissioner, Greg Sankey, later Lane Kiffin and Eli Drinkwitz will assume their spot there behind the podium. A lot to get to on this LSU front. We'll talk about what Brian Kelly has been addressing after I tell you that part of our show today as well is being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. They bring you to lock every day, and Hemphill is there for you for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. The wonderful folks at Hemphill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090. 229-2090 is our friends at Hemphill Services for your cooling, heating, and plumbing needs. Remember the name Hemphill there. LT will send out a lock later on at the Lance Taylor. Obviously, NIL is a big conversation for every coach that walks to the podium. Brian Kelly was asked about the NIL and if LSU has less funds than other schools. I'm sure they were talking about Texas A&M in that, and he says he's comfortable with the amount of money they have. But Ross Dellinger, who made his name covering LSU, and now he's a national voice covering college football, pointed out that it was the LSU collective that got a late start compared to a lot of others down there. And as Ross Dellinger reports, in fact, it was a Baton Rouge lawyer and an LSU booster that told SI Now that they stepped up to offer Kayshon Boutte an NIL deal to keep him from leaving back in December, which sort of puts a check mark beside all the rumors we'd heard that there was a chance that Boutte was going to end up in Tuscaloosa with Alabama. He was on his way out the door until they were able to get their NIL, at least that one lawyer and businessman, enough of a deal there to keep Boutte in Baton Rouge. That would have been a big loss for Brian Kelly. He thinks they now are moving in the right direction with the NIL. Got to have it to survive, but first on the Boutte front, sort of what we had heard.
Yeah, we did hear he was moving, and it's kind of sad when you think about it. Like, you would think that Boutte loves that LSU program, but remember, he kind of tapped out middle of the season last year, so you wonder, how dedicated he is as a Tiger. That's just where we are now. This is going to be like free agency. Hey, who's going to pay me the most? And, I've got no loyalty to the program anymore. I hate to speak for all, but there's going to be a lot of situations like this.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. You're going to see guys that you think are, they're there for good old State U or whatever the school is, and when that good offer comes along, they're going to go. I feel like it's going to affect. You saw Alabama go get a guy from Louisville, right? I think that's the level of school it's going to affect the most. When we talked about this when he made the transfer, but if I'm a really good player at Louisville or Southern Miss or whatever the case might be, I'm a really good player there. They've recruited me, they've developed me, but I got a chance to go play 1 year, maybe 2 years for a national championship level team. I'm going. So I think we're just going to have to get. You may not like it, but you're probably going to want to get comfortable with it because I don't think it's going anywhere. And, Boutte was just, it would have looked weird to see him bail on LSU and go somewhere else. You're right. It was the first big, say what you want about Brian Kelly's recruit and him grinding on players in dance videos. His first big recruit was Kayshon Boutte.
Yeah, just keeping him at home, one of the best in the country. So he will have him suited up. They got to solve the quarterback problem at LSU. They got to settle on a player, LT, to be the quarterback, and they got to get the right one. And they got several to choose from there.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Miles Brennan's the guy that we saw kick it off last year for LSU. Jaden Daniels is now transferred in. You've got Nussmeier there that doesn't have a lot of experience, but we saw him at a bowl game. They really haven't gotten quarterback right. I mean, Burrow obviously was one of the best we've ever seen for 1 year. I thought Mettenberg was a good quarterback.
He played in the NFL some, but I mean, Zach Mettenberger was a good college quarterback and, a low-level NFL quarterback, basically.
But you guys will give me the rosters for Alabama and LSU have been very similar, sans the last couple of years for about a decade outside of the quarterback position.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is where LSU has really not been able to keep up. They've recruited well. They've had really, really good skill players, obviously. They have filled the NFL with receivers. But outside of Joe Burrow, for the better part of I mean, if you just want to compare it to Nick Saban's time at Alabama, they've lacked at quarterback by and large.
Another part of Brian Kelly's time on the podium was him talking about fit. He gave this quote: "I love the people. They love football. They love family. They love food. That all fits me. Maybe I should have been in the South all along."
He's trying hard, isn't he?
He is. He is just not a Southern guy.
Yeah, he's trying hard though.
But you know what? Nick Saban fits in the South now, right?
Yeah, I mean he does. I don't know what it was like when he first came to LSU from Michigan State. You know, I just didn't follow that closely back then, so I don't know. But he spent so much time in the South now, he does kind of fit there. And if Brian Kelly coaches at LSU for 15 years, he'll fit in the South.
Yeah. And if he wins one championship, he'll fit quickly.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's all they need.
That's the easiest way to do it. Start winning championships, and then, buddy, you're a hero at these places. And I think every one of these schools, Dunaway, feels like they are positioning themselves, be it Florida with Napier, be it LSU with Brian Kelly, be it even Texas A&M with Jimbo Fisher. I'm going to leave Georgia out because, and you'll see why in a second, maybe even Tennessee with Josh Heupel. Every one of those schools, you feel like you're positioning themselves for a little bit of a power vacuum in the SEC when Nick Saban finally does retire. And I think a lot of those schools, like, don't you think Tennessee, LSU, Texas A&M, definitely Georgia. I love Kirby out. He's a little bit different. He's been there a while. Florida, do you think they all feel like they've got the coach that'll be there when Saban retires? I think every one of those schools feels like we've hired a guy that can be here when Nick Saban retires.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean,
there'll be some power up for grabs.
All those schools you've got to win. Heupel looked good in year one.
Yep.
I think there's a lot of expectation in year two. You know, Florida's had 4 coaches in the last 9 years.
I know. So it's hard to even include them because of that. You're right.
Our coverage in Atlanta being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's Pest Services, offering you the best deal they've ever offered us right now.
Jim, you like saving money, don't you?
I
Who
do.
doesn't like saving money? Right now with Wayne's, that's Smart Pest, which is rodent monitoring. They set up the monitoring system the minute it detects any sort of rodent. It proactively communicates that to Wayne's, who then comes out and exterminates the rodent problem. You never end up with an infestation. And right now you can save with Wayne's when you call 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES. And the number 1, give them the code TNR for the next round. TNR for the next round. And you can save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you call 866-WAYNES-1 with the code TNR, 866-WAYNES, and the number 1.
LT will have 4 downs with us in just a second in this segment. But I did want to bring up one more thing when it comes to LSU and with Brian Kelly and what they have going on right now. I mean, he's a rookie coach in the SEC. He's got a great long resume. He's been doing it longer than Billy Napier, but those are 2 pretty good rookie coaches. I mean, they both won at their previous stops. Now, one was Notre Dame, one was Louisiana Lafayette, but both of them have a winning track record. What do you think? What will Brian Kelly have to get used to first? What would Brian Kelly have to get used to first?
I would say that brutal schedule. I do think Notre Dame, though, still has a really difficult schedule.
I think they, look, I did not grow up a big Notre Dame guy, but I think they get unfairly bashed for their schedule. I think they put together, again, I always point out the one year they were in a conference is the worst schedule of my lifetime they ever played. I think they play
as
a better
far as
schedule.
interest. I don't know about strength of schedule.
I would even argue that,
yeah.
but yeah, definitely for interest. But you're right. It's going to be a very difficult schedule. Yeah. I think it'll be, to me, like, and I don't even know how to word this, but like when you play Stanford, they're one type of team with one type of talent. Then you play USC, and even though they're in the same conference, they're another type of team with another talent. And then you play Michigan or Michigan State. They're kind of different. I think just the fact that you're going to line up week in, week out and see the same type of talent, maybe not the same level of talent, right? LSU, Alabama, Arkansas, they all have different levels of talent, but the same type of talent with the defensive guys that can run like offensive studs, just big guys that move fast. I mean, I think that's what I'll have to get used to.
Because outside of, schedule and expectations, I mean, you had that at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So the acclimation, I don't think would be that much. And look, he's seen plenty of, Clemson's and Alabama's over his years at Notre Dame.
Yeah, like I wonder, I don't know. I don't follow Notre Dame closely, but I wonder if the one loss, my God, it's the end of the world, affects the Notre Dame coach as much as it does a high-level SEC coach.
I would tell you that the thing that he has done the best at so far is replenishing the roster. It will not be the typical quality of depth that LSU's had, but they were 39 scholarships at the bowl game, and they will be north of 80 when they kick off the season of scholarship athletes, and that's a big deal there for Brian Kelly. All right, 4 down time. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations. We love those guys a ton.
Yeah, and soon to be a 5th location in Pell City. Make sure you get your car in, get a look at anything bumper to bumper, the wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family. Again, locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
That wasn't a worm on the screen. That was Peter Burns' mustache.
First down.
I forgot we don't have that. More wins, Ole Miss or the New Orleans Saints?
Ole Miss, one of the teams here today, or the New Orleans Saints, a team not here today because they're not in college.
Ole Miss, a team that went 7-0 at home last year, an 8-0 start is possible when you look at the schedule. I don't think it happens.
For Ole Miss?
I would
An
take,
8-0 start.
Yeah, I would take New Orleans here because I think New Orleans is going to win 9 or 10 games, and I do not think, the first time in school history they won 10 last year. It ain't going to happen again.
I think it's a tie. I think 8-9 New Orleans. I think it's 8-4 Ole Miss, but I'll take New Orleans on a wild chance that they can win more than 8.
I got to look at this 8-0 start Lance has here for Ole Miss. Troy, Central Arkansas, at Georgia Tech, Tulsa, Kentucky. It's your toughest one right there.
Yep, at home.
At Vandy, Auburn, at LSU. I mean, it is possible.
Yeah.
I would
Auburn,
say
LSU, and Kentucky, they lose at least one of those.
I would say 6-2 is more likely. 7-1 is mid-tier. 8-0 is the least likely, but it is possible. Yeah, it's possible.
I take the Saints.
I think I'll go Saints on that one too.
Yeah, I
though,
would go
too.
Saints.
I think you like the Saints. Yeah. Second down.
More surprising fall from grace, LSU from where they were in 2019 or Florida from where they were in 2020?
It's LSU from 2019. It's one of the greatest teams of all time. You expect LSU to have the depth that Georgia and Alabama had to win the championship and then not fall off like some schools do when they're sort of one and done programs. They do it for a while and they fall off and then they build back up and go right in front of our camera. I would say LSU by far.
I would say Florida. And the reason why is because I never believed in Ed Orgeron, even after he won a national championship. Dan Mullen was a coach that I thought with an elite program could do a lot of great things. And, year 1, 10 wins, year 2, 11 wins in the SEC championship game, and then it completely fell apart.
Yeah, but the LSU fall from grid, that was, like Dunaway said, one of the greatest teams we have ever seen in college football. And they didn't just fall, they plummeted. And in shorter order, we used to always use Auburn firing Gene Chizik as an example. Like Auburn fired Gene Chizik 2 years after winning a national championship. LSU didn't even wait. They didn't even make it 2 years before they were firing Ed Orgeron. So,
well, Mullen got fired after one bad year.
Yeah, but it wasn't a national championship.
Yeah, he didn't win the championship.
This was a national championship. We used to, in a lot of places, almost let you call your own shot out.
Okay, but back in
and Ed Orgeron was gone a year and a half later.
2020, Florida to get to the SEC championship and played Alabama as well as anyone played them. And it seemed like Florida was trending in the right direction.
It did seem like they were trending in the right direction, but then I also went back to the fact that they would have been potentially playing for a spot in the college football playoff, except one of their idiot players pulled a guy's shoe off and threw it down the field, which was emblematic of all the problems you had with Dan Mullen.
That's true.
So, it goes, there's as Dunaway likes to often say, the yin and the yang of that, right, Jim?
That's right.
Of what Dan Mullen brought you.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
As many people are pointing out on Twitter, they go LSU too, that you can't go from what you had with Burrow, Chase, and that crew to where they are now.
And firing the coach a year and a half later.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Third down. What are we, third down?
Yeah.
Third down.
More SEC championship game appearances over the next 5 years, LSU or the combination of Texas and Oklahoma?
This is SEC championship game appearances?
Yeah, and, I looked at this today. So Arkansas entered the league in 1991. First season was 92. They played in a SEC championship game within 3 years of being in the conference.
95, right?
94.
94.
95.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those years, 3 or 4.
I think it's 95. I think the first 3 were
So I'm just
Alabama,
saying,
Florida.
Arkansas technically qualified under these conditions. Why could Texas or Oklahoma not do it? I would go LSU myself, though, just because I believe in the coach.
I think I will too. And again, as it turns out, nobody polarizes our audience. Well, not many people polarize our audience more than Brian Kelly. Here's Milkman again. Can't wait to hear y'all say you're wrong about Brian Kelly. He has always talked about how bad a coach this is. Lance and I think you too, agree he's a better coach than that. That's why I'm going LSU.
Well, he goes on to say he didn't do anything to keep Boutte. Well, as I said, Milkman, it was the NIL, the boosters that got together to keep Boutte. That's what that story was about.
Well, I said he recruited him. I did say it was his biggest recruit.
I'm going to take 2 teams. I'll take Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
2 is better than 1.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with LSU.
Just like having the field against the leader will win you a British Open state bet.
Oh, yeah.
Usually.
Did you had the whole field, right? You didn't have Rory. You had everybody.
The whole field.
Yeah. Cam Smith was still midway second round. That was one of the most remarkable stake bets I've ever seen Lance make. He normally will never jump on a guy.
Yeah, the guy was so due, though. He's so good.
It was more impressive if you'd had Cam Young and he'd won it.
That's true. That would have been more impressive.
Because that guy shot a 64 into 65 and still
good player. Good player. 4th down.
Okay, Vin Diesel is 56. Better career, Vin Diesel or Vince Carter?
I'll go Vin Diesel. Yeah, I'll go Vin Diesel.
I'll go Vince Carter.
Now, Vince Carter was an All-American in North Carolina.
Yep.
He was on the All-NBA team twice. He's the only player in NBA history to play in 4 different decades.
What was his nickname? What do we call him?
Vinsanity.
Vinsanity.
Vinsanity
a lot more than Vin Diesel.
I'm sure Lunsford's head's about to explode back at the Blue Lake building.
Yeah, I was going to say he was in the Fast and Furiouses, right?
Well, he created it pretty much.
Did he
Yeah.
really? Okay.
I don't think you know this, but Lunsford quit 2 hours ago.
I could not blame him at this.
I was going to ask Rocky, is that not true about Vin Diesel? But I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I'm going Vinsanity.
Yeah, I'll go Vin Diesel. Also, I mean, in other movies, it wasn't just that one, even though he did create it.
Yeah. I mean, Vince Carter underrated now because he's not playing anymore.
Yeah.
Really fantastic basketball player. That's 4 downs. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
4 locations, soon to be a 5th in Pell City. Make sure you get your car by, checked out, bumper to bumper. They can do it for you and your family. Locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
All right. SEC Media Day coverage continues. Again, we're on until 2 o'clock Central Time today. Don't hesitate to jump into the chat room. Chat us up here. We'll do a little bit of Ask Us Anything. You got SEC questions?
That's right. Ask us any SEC question.
You got an SEC question? Jump into the chat room and let us know what questions you have, or pose a comment, whatever you want there. Or you can jump on Twitter at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live from Atlanta, presented by Precision Sports. Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. Back in a moment.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. Speaking of Tommy James Law, Brownie, tell us a little bit about one of our newer sponsors, our buddy Tommy James, who absolutely loves college football.
He loves football, and he's part of the Next Round family when choosing a lawyer. The most important factors, they're these: trust, experience, and results. Well, attorney Tommy James checks every one of those boxes. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done every bit of it. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, give him a call, 205-259-1725, or check him out, TommyJamesLaw.com. Tommy James, a respected, experienced lawyer you can trust to fight for you, TommyJamesLaw.com.
All right, we continue to roll on over here. Tripp says, I agree on Notre Dame's schedule, but the Irish have the huge advantage in scheduling to place tough games wherever they want. Can put Cal before a road game at North Carolina, Syracuse before at Clemson, et cetera, et cetera. Do you agree that Notre Dame, by being independent, has been able to sort of manipulate their scheduling over the years?
Yeah, but there's no doubt, and that's not really even what I'm discussing. I mean, they have manipulated their schedule. Yes, they can build it the way they want, but Notre Dame, and this is just my point, with their name value, with the way they are historically viewed, they could really play a bunch of layups, go undefeated, and get in a college football playoff.
Okay, I just got to say this, though. This was Notre Dame last year.
Yep.
These are consecutive weeks. Wisconsin, Cincinnati, Virginia Tech, USC, North Carolina.
Yeah, look, when they scheduled that Cincinnati game, they had zero idea Cincinnati was going to be a college football playoff team. I get that. So it's hard to say, oh, they played college football playoff Cincinnati. But when you schedule that game, you don't think Cincinnati's going to be a doormat. Cincinnati is one of those programs that under Brian Kelly, under Butch Jones even, and under Fickle have been a pretty solid squad. I mean, you're scheduling what is viewed as a lower name team that is going to be good enough some years to beat you, and lo and behold, they were.
Go to 2019 schedules. You have your handy Phil still up. Brooks writes in and says they played one good team and lost that entire season.
Well, okay, so they lost to number 3 Georgia, a tight game, 1 possession. Then in consecutive weeks, they beat USC, they got destroyed by Michigan, and they beat Virginia Tech. Those are 3 tough games in a row.
Yeah.
I mean,
their comment, not mine.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying. Correct me if you guys think I'm wrong on this. They could play. Notre Dame could play their annual game with USC, and then one of those Big Ten opponents they like to play, Michigan or Michigan State, and then fill with a bunch of Miami, Ohio's, and stuff like that. And if they win those 2 games, they're in a college football playoff.
That's true.
And if they're undefeated, or maybe even if they're 1 loss.
But that was the same with Clemson.
Yep.
It's really the same with USC or Oregon.
Yeah, so while Notre Dame controls it, I don't feel like personally that Notre Dame takes advantage of the fact that they control their schedule to make it a weaker schedule.
Give me Notre Dame's schedule this year compared to LSU's, which is tougher.
Okay, Notre Dame opens at Ohio State.
It's as tough a game as LSU will play all year.
Yeah, I mean, LSU's got Bama at home.
Yeah, it's as tough a game.
Marshall, California. I mean, traditionally those would be pretty tough games, but maybe not this year.
Yeah, I mean,
At
you don't schedule Marshall and Cal thinking, all right, we got a top 10 team coming here. You schedule that thinking these are fairly recognizable names we can beat.
And you hope you don't get caught with your Chad Pennington and your Randy Moss down.
That is true, Jim. Yes. All right, keep going.
At North Carolina.
That would be the equivalent of on LSU schedule in Arkansas.
Yeah, it's
not quite Arkansas.
It's an average team.
Mississippi State.
Yeah, it's an average.
Yeah, all right,
team.
Mississippi State.
BYU and Las Vegas.
That's the equivalent of Arkansas.
Or Kentucky.
BYU may be up there with Texas. I think BYU's Texas A&M.
Okay.
On LSU
All right.
schedule.
Okay.
Stanford, UNLV. I mean, those are basically Vanderbilt.
Those are layups.
At Syracuse, basically something. Clemson.
Okay, Clemson's another playoff contender, top 14.
Yeah.
That's going to be the equivalent of having to play Georgia.
Navy, which I don't know which Navy you'll get. I mean, it
I don't
seems
either.
like it's
that
up
could
and down.
Could be Vanderbilt. Could be Ole Miss. You don't know.
BC, middle of the road.
That's Vanderbilt.
No, BC's good this year.
And then at
6
USC.
BC.
Okay.
Then at USC.
I mean, that's the equivalent of playing top 3rd SEC school, right?
Yeah.
Top quarter, top 3rd SEC team.
That's comparable to an East schedule.
But
But LSU schedule. What is LSU schedule this year? I mean, compare that to LSU schedule. I think LSU is going to be a schedule that looks a lot like that. And that's what Brian Kelly's inheriting, which is why we're talking about this. His transition from Notre Dame to LSU is going to be pretty comfortable for him as far as the talent that he's playing against. And the question is, can he ever get this LSU roster up to the talent he left behind in Notre Dame? Because he left some good teams behind.
Yeah, I mean, LSU opens with Florida State, which there are a lot of teams Notre Dame plays tougher than that. Mississippi State, at Auburn, Tennessee, at Florida, Ole Miss, Alabama, at Arkansas, at Texas A&M.
Tough schedule.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's not, but I am saying that to me, the Notre Dame schedule stands up to it. And I'll say this real quick about some of those ACC teams, like Lance mentioned Syracuse, and you laugh at Syracuse, which you should. Syracuse is an awful program. Some of that's dictated to them by the ACC, with whom they have that scheduling agreement, right?
That's right.
So it's not like they can go cherry pick and say, we want to play this team, this team, this team, and this team. The ACC dictates some of that based on that agreement that they have with them. Now, you can ding Notre Dame all you want for doing that ACC agreement. They could have I was going to say they could have done the same thing with the Big Ten. The only difference is the Big Ten likes to play their non-conference and then their conference. So I don't guess they could have done the same thing with the Big Ten.
Charles says Notre Dame has Ohio State and Clemson this year. You cannot argue that it's an easy schedule. That is not
I agree.
A challenging schedule, and a one that Notre Dame will attack without Brian Kelly, who is in LSU and in Baton Rouge trying to revive the Tigers just a couple of years after their national championship. By the way, if you're looking at Notre Dame recruiting right now post Brian Kelly, which Topher wanted us to do later on, they got 1 5-star and 17 4-star commitments right now. That's a strong class. 17 4-star commitments. Those aren't going to go away. I mean,
No.
that's going to resonate. That's the kind of talent. 18 of your 20 commitments are 4 stars, except for 1 5-star. That's a good class.
But
that
you know,
he's got
coming
there.
off an 11-win season, we'll see who ends up being the quarterback at Notre Dame. Jack Cohn had a pretty solid year last year, but coming off an 11-2, when you've got 15 returning starters and you're recruiting like that, I mean, there's going to be an expectation of no drop-off.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Right when your roof drops off, there's a gutter there, right?
There is.
That's
It's
true. Transition from drop-off. You need that gutter covered, especially with the fall season coming up.
Yeah, those leaves are going to be falling. The one thing you don't want to do is get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it. Don't snap it. Call Chris Stewart right now. 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call 823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Before we get back into college football, Lane Kiffin in the final hour of the show. We got one more live hour to go here from the College Football Hall of Fame and SEC Media Days. A couple of baseball notes where the All-Star game is tomorrow night. You have no Mike Trout, no Garrett Cole in the All-Star game. So you're missing a couple of the sport's biggest star, but they're not going to play in the All-Star game per report.
Yeah, you know, Buster brought this up that he wasn't going to be surprised at all if sooner or later Austin Riley was on this team. I saw Freddie Freeman did get added, former Brave, now Dodger.
Right there at Dodger Stadium, that'll work.
But a lot of these guys tap out. They want to get a break from baseball.
Did Austin Riley get added over
I
the
don't
weekend?
know. I haven't seen that yet.
So Freeman got added before Austin Riley.
I saw Freeman.
Yikes. The Major League Baseball draft happened. A high school senior, Jackson Holiday, went to Baltimore. Then a couple of interesting notes. The first one, the 3rd overall pick, Kumar Rocker from Texas, goes to Texas, the Rangers. So familiar, Auburn fans know him. Vanderbilt fans know from his pitching days at Vandy. A little independent baseball, and then he's off to the Texas Rangers now.
I saw Tom Hart, our friend with the SEC Network, say there were times Kumar Rocker kind of looked bored with college baseball because he was so good. And that he said he'll sell through the minors because of that this new challenge will, kind of reinvigorate him and he'll sell through the minors.
Well, he had shoulder surgery, or he's having it. Had it last September. He's having it this September. This is a guy that was drafted 10th overall last year, couldn't come to terms, so decided, as you said, to play in the independent league. I think he got 5 or 6 starts there.
Deadwood, by the way, Austin Riley added late after the show on Friday or Saturday. Thank you, everybody in the chat room from that. And apparently Matt Holliday's son is the guy that's number 1, Jackson Holiday. It was another familiar name that I wanted to get to number 2. It is Andrew Jones's son, Drew Jones, that went number 2, 2nd overall to the Diamondbacks.
That's amazing. These kids, man, falling in the legacy of their fathers. But yeah, Drew Jones is supposed to be a complete stud. And obviously, Holiday's a shortstop with a ton of power.
So many Blue Jays on the current roster had Major League Baseball dads. There's I think it's a travel team up in the Boston area with a number of the Red Sox from the Bloody Sock team that won the World Championship, like Pedro Martinez's son and several of them that are on the same travel baseball team. They're of high school age, and they're on the same it's like 4 or 5 of them. There was a big story in Sports Illustrated about it a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Pretty fascinating that if those guys ended up coming up and being on the same team, sort of like what the Blue Jays have done, and maybe a couple of these other kids. It's sort of nice to see that next generation. Not everybody's going to be Ken Griffey Jr., obviously, but these next generation kids have turned out being pretty good.
That reminds me of one of the funniest Kenny Stabler lines I ever heard. The Raiders used to do their camp in Oxnard, I think it was. And I heard him one time tell the story about doing the camp in Oxnard, and he goes, yeah, we had a blast there. In fact, about 16 years after those camps, they should have had a really good high school football team in Oxnard.
That is good.
Sort of speaking of that, our friends at the Urology Center of Alabama can remind you of several things that you can take advantage of with them.
Hey, the board-certified urologists at UCA Men's Health Center now offer affordable, non-surgical treatments for erectile dysfunction and Peyronie's disease. Duolith is a revolutionary low-intensity shockwave therapy. It's been proven to help men overcome sexual dysfunction. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hold on a second. Despite the name shockwave treatment, does not have anything to do with electricity or electric shocks. This treatment actually uses shockwaves to help improve overall blood flow. Shockwave therapy requires no anesthesia, no pills, no shots, and it's considered to be the safest form of ED and Peyronie's disease available. Gentlemen, contact the UCA Men's Health Center and ask if Duolith Shockwave therapy is right for you. Schedule an appointment by visiting UCAMen'sHealthCenter.com or call 205-930-0926.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Culver's bringing us our
They
coverage.
are now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burgers. Stop in the Highway 150 location, the 280 location. Enjoy one today. Culver's, welcome to delicious, the Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. I'll be getting one of those.
So far, we're getting some Ask Us Anything questions from our listeners
Oh,
here.
boy.
And they want to know, one of them, I forget who it was that asked over here, it's flown by, wanted to know if you had to pick a dark horse in the SEC West, would it be LSU?
No.
A West dark horse. So that's basically somebody not named Alabama or Texas A&M. Is that all that would qualify for a dark horse?
I would say anybody but Alabama.
Well, here, no. Here's what okay. If you want me to make a case for anybody other than Alabama or Texas A&M, I would point out that Arkansas hosts Alabama and plays A&M neutral site.
Yeah, let me look at this. I don't feel
Now,
good about anybody.
I don't feel good about this. I'm with Lance. I don't feel good at all about this.
I love what we've seen though from Sam Pittman.
Yeah. I mean, Arkansas, and they're back-to-back games done away, so we'll know quick if you're going to be right or wrong.
Yeah,
here.
but Arkansas's got a brutal out of conference. I think they beat Cincinnati with what all Cincinnati, lost in the offseason, and this is that first game of the season.
Right.
They got to go to BYU right after playing at Mississippi State. That's a tough game. I mean, I think those are equivalent teams, but you're on the road there. I don't know. I'm not going to say that. I'm weird on Mississippi State. I think Mississippi State's going to be good this year.
So if you had to pick somebody other than Alabama, you would go
Mississippi State.
Would you really?
Which would be shocking, right?
I would call that beyond shocking. Yeah. I mean,
but again, Arkansas lost 21 games in a row in the SEC just a couple of years ago, so that would be shocking too.
All right, another question over here. This comes from Mac. He wants to know, when it's all said and done, who has the better year, Mississippi State or Ole Miss? LT just answered it, though.
I think
Ole Miss, one of the teams here today.
This is a tough one for me. I called Ole Miss at 10-2 last year, and a lot of people thought I was crazy. And Ole Miss, in fact, went 10-2 last year.
Good call by you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do look at who they draw out of the East. They get Kentucky, which is tough, obviously. But and that's where I always start. They also get Vandy. I mean, Kentucky and add Vandy. You throw Vandy in there, that's going to be a win for them. So, I guess I'm going to go Mississippi State. If Jackson Dart had come in and there was like no question he was going to be your starter, I'd probably be far more willing to go to Ole Miss. The fact that it could be Luke Altmaier and what I've seen from him just did not blow me away. Makes me hesitant to pick them. So I think I'll go State.
Could come down to the Egg Bowl in the games in
Yeah,
Oxford.
absolutely it could.
Get more of your questions after Rockstar tells us about his guy, Adam Mestre.
Adam Mestre of MD Realty, of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022. Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you, why rent when you can just buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
A story that's been developing all day. Kirk Herbstreit, who is with, of course, ESPN College Game Day, and a big part of sort of deciding the conversation that we have in college athletics. He's talking about one day a college football world where we only have 3 major conferences because of realignment. The commissioner addressed that earlier today. He was asked about first when Texas and Oklahoma would join the league. And he says, well, it's really not my control. We're working that July 1, 2025 is the official date they join the league. So if they leave early, that's a Texas-Oklahoma Big 12 decision, nothing to do with him. But then as far as more expansion, he talked about, the map, about being in the southeastern quadrant of the country, about, having a real good feel about the fan bases, the culture, and all of that they're not really dying to go out and expand right now.
Yeah, but I mean, while that might be true, North Carolina and Virginia would keep the map contiguous, Yeah. I mean, if you added, say, NC State and Virginia Tech, which are 2 teams I've heard a lot about, if you add North Carolina, I mean, if you add some teams like that, that's going to keep the map in place. So I don't know that I would entirely. I understand what he's saying, and I'm not saying that they're 100% shopping right now, but I don't know that I would read we're in the southeastern quadrant to mean they're keeping exactly what they have, because you could add North Carolina and Virginia. I would still consider that southeastern, and you haven't really screwed up your map.
Back to more questions on the field. This from Bobby, who writes in. Bobby wants to know, where does Auburn shake out? Not Bobby from Homewood, a different Bobby here. Where does Auburn shake out in y'all's thoughts on the SEC West? Brian Harsin and them will be here on the final day on Thursday when they'll get all the questions and we get a little bit more Auburn Tiger talk. But when you start, let's say when you make your vote here at SEC Media Days of your preseason projection, are you more inclined to put Auburn last in the SEC West or not?
I would say yes.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's tough to do.
Yeah,
But
it is, but it's also tough to just completely eliminate them from consideration for the dead. I mean, give me the teams you consider dead last in the SEC. Who would you consider for dead last in the West?
in the West, it would have to be Ole Miss. I'll go back to Mississippi State, although I said they could be a dark horse.
So what?
Ole Miss,
What
Mississippi
a-
State, LSU, Arkansas, and Auburn.
What
I mean,
a range you've got for
no.
Mississippi State.
I think the SEC West, who comes in dead last, is a fascinating.
You would
discussion.
say absolutely not Alabama and absolutely not Texas A&M.
Yes.
You could see all the rest of the teams.
I mean, if Texas A&M finishes in the basement of the
No,
West
I
this
agree with
year,
you completely. That's
I mean, he could be
inexcusable.
gone, right?
That's inexcusable. Are those only two teams you would 100% eliminate?
Yes.
I guess.
Yep.
I guess. Well, it's a box of chocolate from Mississippi State in your world right now, and you don't know what you're going to get.
Well, I don't trust them to begin with. I think they're going to be talented. I think Will Rogers is one of the better quarterbacks in the league. I think a lot of people disagree because they think it's a system thing. But, we had Matt White on a couple of weeks ago, and he talked about they've got a legitimate roster.
They do. And Matt said, going and watching them in camp right now, it is a more fluid offense than it has been. Seems like that, the Mike Leach offense is clicking with them.
Right.
To your point, though, Lance, Mississippi State historically, their Auburn game last year is a microcosm of Mississippi State football under Mike Leach. You guys remember how that Auburn game went? Was it 28-3, 24-3, something like that?
They were getting destroyed.
State looked awful, couldn't move the football, couldn't score, could not do anything right. And then just something clicked for them. And Derek Mason was a little slow in adjusting, but something clicked for them, and they just went up and down the field on Auburn the rest of that game.
Yeah, Will Rogers in that second half, he was flawless.
It was as good as you could possibly be. The ball never touched the ground for Will Rogers in that second half. That is a microcosm of Mississippi State football under Mike Leach, that one single game. Like, you watch them play against Alabama, they're awful. They can't even come close to scoring. Then they go out in other games, and they're absolutely unstoppable. So, you're not going to get consistency out of that, but could you get enough wins where they contend for the West? Yeah, potentially. It's the consistency I don't think you ever get.
More on what Herb Street said on ESPN after LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's. When it's time to pop the question, Bromberg's has the answer.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If you're looking to pop the question, go see the diamond specialist. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
Herb Street was on the Get Up show on ESPN, and he was asked the question about the future of college football. It's SEC Media Days. Even though the Big 12 had theirs last week, this sort of kicks off the quote-unquote Media Day tour for everyone. The countdown to football's at 40 days, and he says there's more likely we end up with 3 super conferences instead of 5 that we have now, that there'll be some kill off and meshing together of the rest and more expansion. How close do you think Herb Street is there? Three super conferences compared to, say, 2 or 4 or 5?
Well, 3 is kind of weird. I mean, you just expect it to be an even number, I think, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, how many are you going to take?
We're
8
at 5
out of
now,
3,
which is not even.
Huh?
It's an odd number.
I know. I'm saying 4 would be the one that feels like it makes the most sense. Why do I feel like it should be an even number?
Because you right now you only picture 1 is dying, and that's the Pac-12. So you just kill 1 and you have 4.
Yeah.
See, Big Hand, Sesame Street, 5, kill 1, it's 4. But I guess what he is
You think
saying.
Dunaway would die if I threw him through this window?
But I think
Yeah.
what Herb Street is insinuating is that the others to be strong will have to combine, and they'll still. I believe what Kirk is saying. He still believes there'll be more absorption of other teams by the SEC and the Big Ten.
Yeah, well,
what's that third conference going to be?
Be a new name.
Yeah, we got an Ole Miss player joining us right there. There's your headset. Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, welcome in. He may have to stand. The SEC will only give us 3 chairs.
Like this conference has any money.
I know.
Here, you can have my chair, though.
Yeah, you want to sit down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome in. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good to see you here. Oh, look at Dunaway giving up his
Thank
chair.
you so much.
Is that a standard team player? Huh?
Yes, indeed.
Is that a standard team player? Look at that.
So I'll even take a knee. How about that?
Yeah.
Yep. So tell me, what's it like playing for Lane Kiffin?
For Lane Kiffin, it's great. I love it. I love how much he trusts us. I know y'all think he's crazy when we go for it on 4th down, but he trusts us. That's one of his biggest things. He even lets us know that he believes we can make the big play. So
I'm going to assume you follow him on Twitter, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Does he follow you?
Yes.
Okay.
He's got a pretty good Twitter game, doesn't he?
Yes. Love it. Entertaining.
So did you see the Aston Martin when it was in town?
No, actually, I didn't see it in person.
Jackson Dart.
What? He was in it?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it. I did not see that.
I mean, that is one of the fascinating questions this year for Ole Miss is who that starting quarterback is going to be. Everybody thought it would be Jackson, and now they're talking about Luke Altmaier. Look good.
Right. I have no clue. I wish I could tell you, but I mean, it's just competition. I mean, Luke's making Jackson better. Jackson making Luke better.
But both look good.
Both look great. So going to the fall camp is really going to be the biggest tell for who's going to be the starting spot.
Yeah. What losing Jeff Lebby though? Obviously, it was a step. I don't know if it's a step up for him, but he decided he wanted to go to Oklahoma and test his hand. On any side of the ball, when you replace a coordinator, how difficult is that? When you go from one coordinator to another.
I feel like it's well for the defensive side for sure.
Right.
It wasn't too big of
Right.
a change for us because we already had Coach Parcher's there.
That's right.
So I feel like we already love Coach CP anyway. So it was just a good fit for him.
So when
as soon
DJ
as he
Durkin
stepped
leaves,
in.
it's almost like it's just a different guy yelling at you,
exactly.
right?
It's not like we got a whole
That's right.
completely new guy that
That's
we
right.
didn't know. We were already comfortable with CP, so it was perfect for us.
Yeah, that's interesting though because just having the continuity there. I mean, do you even change calls, or are the calls the same? Is it like if you close your eyes, is DJ Durkin still coaching? It's just in Charlie Patridge's voice.
No, we have a lot of changes. But
Right.
I mean, we have a lot of the same base things, like just to keep the continuity. Like you said, I feel like it's familiar but new at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, Cedric, man, thank you for your time. I know you're enjoying SEC Media Days. I hope you enjoy the rest of it.
I will. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thanks
Thank
for
you so
having
much.
me. Yeah.
Always enjoy catching up with our student athletes here in the SEC. I try not to kill them with all the wires and everything.
Yeah, Cedric
that'd be
Johnson from an Ole Miss defense last year that only gave up 24 points per game. I mean, they were much improved.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, and DJ Durkin did a tremendous job. That's how he ended up getting the jobs, the job offers that he got. I was a little surprised the one he ended up taking.
All right. Bonus hour coming up. Remember, our bonus hour on Tuesday and Thursday will be before the show. It'll be 8 a.m. when we kick off Central Time. But today and Wednesday, bonus hour at the end. And that includes when we come back live from SEC Media Days. It is SEC Media Days 2022, presented by our friends at Precision Sports, also by Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. We're back in a moment on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representations made. The quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 280. 119 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Our coverage from SEC Media Days being presented by our friends at Precision Sports. LT, tell us about Precision as we go into our bonus hour today. to wrap up day one at SEC Media Days.
Yeah, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they want to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, so the headline here today has been really from Greg Sankey, and I knew when he said it that it would be the takeaway. He was asked if he thought Oklahoma and Texas trumps USC and UCLA as far as Big Ten SEC acquisitions, and he said yes. Pretty simple answer, yes. And he went into more detail after that, but he likes Oklahoma and Texas, the addition, more than USC, UCLA. I don't think anybody finds it surprising that you're going to like your parts better than somebody else's parts. He's not going to come out and say that, but to say yes and trump that, you knew that was going to be a headline.
But he's right. Now, look, there are a lot of things that go into this. I mean, what are we talking about? Media markets? Okay, well, you won with LA. That's a big media market. But media market is not everything. And these rights are massive for the SEC in the media markets they're already in. So if you've got those kinds of media rights, Lance, wouldn't you just try to go find the teams that make your conference better? And there is zero doubt Texas and Oklahoma better as a pair than USC and UCLA.
Yeah, even brand-wise. I know, Dunaway, you think USC is the biggest of those three brands, but when you have the combination
I don't disagree with that
of
either.
Oklahoma and Texas, I think, Greg Sankey's going to say if it was USC and UCLA, he might say that he feels like he's got the better two, but I think he can believe himself by saying this. I think everyone would agree with this.
I think you say it with a straight face when it's Oklahoma and Texas.
The other thing that he said here that is catching national headlines is, and this is the quote, there's no sense of urgency when it comes to the SEC expanding. No sense of urgency. If you're the ACC and you're hearing that today, does that give you a little bit more comfort that the SEC is not coming for Clemson and Virginia Tech or NC State or Florida State overnight, that they're not swooping in?
I think they would listen. If everybody inevitably thinks, hey, this is going to be a three-conference situation, if Clemson reaches out to me and I'm Greg Sankey, yeah, I'll go on and wrap you up. I mean, why would you not take the best available right now? I don't know if you get proactive or not, because I really don't know what direction this thing is going to go. It's been such a weird year. It was 1 year ago today that we find out about Oklahoma and Texas.
Because I think most of the expansion for both the Big Ten and the SEC will come from the ACC. And I think if you're the SEC right now, you want to get who you want to get, but also realistically, the Big Ten's not going to come in and sweep up 4 to 6 teams, right? So, I mean, just for who would you guys think are the 6 most valuable? Let's do 6. The 6 most valuable teams from the ACC.
It's real easy.
If I'm the Big Ten or the SEC.
Yeah, Notre Dame doesn't count.
They do not.
The biggest ones that are left are Virginia Tech, North Carolina, Clemson, Florida State, Miami, NC State.
That's 6. So if I'm the SEC,
I don't know if I agree with Virginia Tech over Louisville.
I would throw Virginia in there too, just because.
Okay, well, throw Louisville in too, because this helps my argument.
Yeah.
So that's 8. So that's 8 teams, and I know the Big Ten's not going to come take 8 teams, right? So even if they take 2 or 4, there's still 4 good ones I can go scavenge if I need to.
Well, and all these programs are going to want to come to the SEC. I mean, who's going to say no to the SEC?
Exactly. And now,
the Big Ten. Some of these would say yes to the Big Ten first.
I mean, academically, Virginia is probably a better fit.
North Carolina and Virginia, I think if both were knocking at the door of the SEC and the Big Ten, I have a feeling their presidents and or chancellors and some of their nose in the air, pinky out boosters would say we're more Big Ten than we are the SEC, just because I don't think they would like to get down into the passion of the Southeastern Conference to battle that.
Yeah, but I guess my point is, even if they came and took 4 teams, you've got 4 good ones that you could take as well. I think the ACC is going to give you the top half of their conference is going to be good for anybody, really. So I don't think there is any sort of rush to jump into this, but I also don't think that means the SEC isn't at least, expanding their horizons and seeing who they who could be interested in coming one day.
Yeah. So that's a couple of things the commissioner had to say today that drew some headlines. Brian Kelly has been at the podium. Still to come, Lane Kiffin at the bottom of this hour at 1:30, and our plans are to carry that live for you. If you'd like to hang around and hear Lane Kiffin speak, you can get that coming up on all of our platforms there. And then, of course, Eli Drinkwitz when we're done here today. We appreciate you being a part of our show today on SEC Media Days, day one from Atlanta, Georgia at the College Football Hall of Fame. Away from what's happening here right now and what else is going on in the sports world, there is a big discussion about the Live Tour and Cameron Smith possibly leaving and joining the Live Tour. And that would be big news coming off of him winning a major because, truthfully, the guys who have now jumped to Live haven't really had a lot of success in majors this year, right? So this would be the biggest get to date as far as the guy most current relevant.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you're getting the guy that's the current Open champion. That is massive right now. There's no doubt about that. There is one small move that the Live has made today, that they have hired David Faraday away from NBC, according to the New York Post, which is interesting with the Charles Barkley news. I don't know how that affects it one way or the other. Faraday is easily the most entertaining golf guy on TV, which that is an extremely low bar. I'll admit that. Are they still interested in pairing somebody up with Barkley? Would this be a guy that they would like to have Barkley with? I don't know the answer to that. I'm sure Barkley is currently finding out the answer to that. But that's something interesting to watch.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, though, because, again, money is no object. Why not have both of them?
Yeah, I think they will. In fact, like, they've just now reached out to Barkley. We know that to be factual, right? I don't think that between the time they reached out to Barkley, they decided, hey, David Faraday, let's go get him too. This has been something that's been talked about for a while. So they don't reach out to Barkley without already knowing they've at least reached out to David Faraday and he would have some sort of interest. I think they probably want to pair those two together. I think that could be extremely entertaining.
Yeah.
I mean, the slogan for this tour is golf, but louder. So what would be golf but louder than having Faraday and Charles Barkley together, right?
That would be loud.
Yeah, it's loud, loud and crazy.
And like you said, two entertaining guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Who have, sort of had their own platforms to be themselves and draw people in. I mean, Faraday's show where he interviews people, non-golfers usually, is always very entertaining. If you're a Braves fan, a weekend where you didn't gain any ground on the Mets and the Braves go into the All-Star break exactly where they were with the Braves 2.5 game back, home run derby tonight, All-Star game tomorrow. And then this weekend, they'll get back for the second half of the Major League Baseball season. And as always, with our friends at the Birmingham Barons, check barons.com for the local tickets there in the Birmingham market. All right. In the commercial break, I want you to do a little homework for me here. I want you to you've got to fire 3 coaches in the SEC after the season.
After the season is over, so I can project what I think they'll do this season.
That's right. You got to come up with 3 that you're going to fire and why you're firing them.
Okay.
And tell me who's the hottest seats for you when we come back. Reality or not, you've got to fire 3. Got to fire 3. That when we come back, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Tommy James Law, who is on board with us today, Brownie. Good to have Tommy James Law as part of our presenting sponsors here at SEC Media Days.
That's right. One of our great sponsors for SEC Media Days. And when you choose an attorney, the most important factors, they are trust, experience, and, of course, results. Attorney Tommy James checks all those boxes. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases. Tommy has done every bit of that. Case evaluations are also free. So if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call Tommy James. 205-259-1725. That is 205-259-1725. Check him out at TommyJamesLaw.com. TommyJamesLaw.com. Tommy James, a respected and experienced lawyer you can trust to fight for you, and he is bringing you our coverage of SEC Media Days.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, we're back with you on the Next Round SEC Media Day coverage from Atlanta, presented by Precision Sports. Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper. Okay, earlier we did our 40 and 40 countdown. voted on by you, the viewers. Number 29 today, Cincinnati. We'll do 28 tomorrow. And actually 28 and 27 next 2 days. They actually play each other in week 1. So we'll get to Penn State and Purdue over the next couple of days.
Oh, you're not teasing, just going to say it.
Yeah, well,
I know.
We've unveiled it already for everyone who follows the show. Okay, so I asked you in the commercial break, and again, Lane Kiffin in the next segment, but I asked you in the commercial break, you got to fire 3 coaches in the SEC. Got to fire 3 SEC coaches. Who's it going to be? And I would say, nobody wants it to happen, but the only hot seat really in the entire league is Brian Harsin, right?
That is correct. Yep.
Like LTU would agree, the only legit hot seat in the league is Brian Harsin.
The only legit hot seat. I can make an argument, I guess, for 2 others. I guess.
Okay, but Charles Barkley adamant on our show, and it really picked up steam on Friday when Forrester sent it out, what Barkley had said Thursday on our show about get off the guy's back, let him do his job, let him build, let him work a little bit. Do you think Barkley coming to his defense will help Harsin a little bit?
No, I don't, because as respected and beloved as Charles is in the Auburn community, these decisions will be made by people that don't really care what you think. They don't care what Charles Barkley or Bo Jackson or Cam Newton or any other great Auburn player in any other Auburn sport thinks. These are people that make decisions based on their desires and what they want. So I don't think that would help.
When Brian's here on Thursday, you think he still gets questions about his job security?
I think he will a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he will a little bit. Because I think a natural question is, there appeared to be an attempted coup at Auburn to get your job last year. Do you feel like you're on shaky ground, solid ground, medium tier ground? I mean, what kind of ground do you feel on going into this?
Well, and you know what he's going to say. I feel great. This is behind us. We're going to push forward.
All the coach
we're
speak.
building a program. Yeah, all the cliches. And what's the number? I mean, is there a number? Is to 7-5, 8-4 save him? Barkley thinks they're going to win 8 games. I find it hard to believe with that schedule they're going to win 8 games.
But if they win 8 games, he's done a hell of a
Oh,
job.
no doubt.
I would think if he wins 7, he's exceeded expectations in my book.
I mean, I always say that it's easy to say 8-4, but who are the 4 and how did it go?
Yeah. I mean, if you lose you get the story about Georgia, Alabama, you lose to A&M and you lose to Arkansas.
Yeah, let me just play a scenario for you right here.
You've still beaten Penn State.
I don't know how much that's going to carry for you.
You've still beaten. I mean, who'd you say you've still beaten?
Well, I had all the. I mean, the 3 big ones this year would be Alabama, Texas A&M, and
Georgia.
Oh yeah, Georgia. Yeah.
Georgia.
Yeah, I did say Georgia.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so who else you want? Let's say, because they got all these games at home early, right? They got all these early home games.
5-0 start if you beat Penn State.
All right, let's say they start 5-0, Jim. They've beaten LSU, and then Georgia comes to town, so you lose that one. Now you're 5-1. You win at Ole Miss, you're 6-1. You lose to Arkansas, 5-2. At Mississippi State, 6. You lose to Texas A&M. You beat Western Kentucky. You lose at Alabama. I mean, there was a lot of win, loss, win, loss, win, loss at the end of the year, but I don't think that just leaves an awful taste in your mouth. Again, there's always the factor of how bad did you lose at Georgia? How bad did you lose to Texas A&M? How bad did you lose at Alabama? Those are always factors. And that Alabama game right there at the end, if you're going in there trying to save your job and you lose by a few touchdowns, it's, if you're going there trying to save your job and you play in Tuscaloosa like you did last year, maybe that saves it. Or you go in there and you pull an upset, it 100% saves it.
Everybody wants to be right, or most people do. And you just wonder, some of these guys with power.
That's right.
Are they pulling against Harsin now?
Probably so, yeah. Yeah, because
I can't ever find a scenario where I would pull against my my Rams.
But you're thinking about it. Well, let's say.
Well, and I hated Mike Martz. I really did.
Yeah.
Now
I'm trying to think of an example.
No, I couldn't even do it. Like if they were 2-13, going into week 16 back in the day.
And the number 1 overall pick is going to be a stud quarterback, and it's either you picking him or
maybe
the other team.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. So see, there are scenarios.
Yeah, there are. But to be, that involved with the program, to have that much power and to sit there from day one when anything can happen in college football, to pull against your program that you love so much that you put this kind of money into, it makes no sense to me.
So now that's the only legitimate hot seat guy. So now give me two others that could coach their way into not having jobs.
I will go Eli Drinkwitz, which I was really surprised with his 5-5 in year one, COVID.
Yeah.
And then he follows it up with 6-7. I mean, very average. I don't know what the expectation is. I don't think we're ever going to get back to Gary Pinkel level. But if Drinkwitz was to go 3-9,
right,
I think they could probably.
Yeah,
make
you
a vote.
could. You could make a case at 3-9. I don't believe in this guy. I think he's eventually going to get fired anyway. But I think a 3-9, you could start to make a case on. All right, did we screw this hire up? Yeah.
Yeah. He would be one of mine as well.
Is there
for that reason? I think there's a way he could coach himself. Like you said, Brown, who you're beating, who you're not beating,
That's
how
right.
you're losing. I will tell you that after the 5-5 season, that was the year Alabama had such a dominant team, one of the best teams in the history of college football. And that opening game at Missouri, the Alabama coaches left that game really impressed with the way Drinkwitz and his staff had coached the game and how they were prepared. And they actually went back and scouted that film a lot to where they were able to sort of self-scout themselves after the way Eli and his coaching staff had attacked them on certain things offensively and defensively, which helped them grow as the season went on. So a lot of respect for what Eli and them had done. But there is a scenario he could coach himself out of a job. I agree.
Yeah, I think Missouri will have to they'll be begging for the bye week, Lance, because they open with La Tech. They're at Kansas State, who you think is going to be good. I'd say that's a tough game for Missouri to win right there at Kansas State. I think they lose that game. Host Abilene Christian, then you're at Auburn, you host Georgia, you're at Florida. I mean, that's an easy 2-4 start right there.
Yeah, I was
reading. You don't even have to be that bad to be 2-4 right there.
Reading Phil Still, and he was talking about he believes that Missouri's going to be another 6-6 team. I don't know if I got him at 6 wins.
That's hard to find.
I don't know if 5-7 or 4-8 gets him fired, but I think 3-9, conversation begins.
I mean, because even after the bye, they got to go to South Carolina, they got to host Kentucky, they got to go to Tennessee, and they got to host Arkansas. I mean, those are not exactly layup games after the bye. And you look at what they've got before the bye, and it's a tough. That's a tough Missouri schedule. If Drinkwitz is coaching for his job, yes, he can be fired.
We've got 2 minutes left in the conversation here before our next break. Give me one other guy.
I can find 5 losses on A&M's schedule. I don't think it'll happen.
That would be
but if
amazing.
he goes 7-5, I think all bets are off. Would you guys agree?
Let me know. You get a bingo card if you had Lance having Jimbo Fisher. Get a little chip there on that bingo card for you. Do you have a third one?
Is there any scenario that gets Clark Lee in year 2? Any scenario?
No, not at all.
0-12.
Oh, you say not at all.
Not at
Even
all.
an 0-12.
Nope. He's invested on the total rebuild.
I think 0-12 gets him.
I mean, I don't know.
He's one of theirs. I don't think so, but I don't think they go 0-12 either.
I don't know.
I think there's a scenario that Mike Leach could coach himself out of a job in Starkville.
By the way, Vandy plays Elon, so you're right. They're not going 0-12. That's their savior. You think Mike Leach, huh?
We're just stretching. You have to have 3.
You've got to have 3.
There's only one legitimate hot seat. It's Brian Harsin. After that, I think it's Mike Leach.
Yeah, but what are the expectations for Leach? I'm sure they want him to be improved, but even if they win 5 games,
5 games is not a bowl game. You have them as a dark horse to.
You're sticking us with these questions. I had to answer it. I had to go somebody outside of A&M and Alabama. And I don't think anything is realistic. So I went Mississippi State, and I said at the same time they could come in dead last. If they come in dead last, I still think they're like a 6-7. I don't think that gets him fired.
This would be what kind of record?
If he's 5-7,
there's a 5. No, there's a 5-7 in
yeah.
him in this record, in this schedule. There's no doubt. There's a 5-7 in that schedule.
Because what you have.
I mean, you got Bama and Georgia.
In my belief system, and I'm not a Mississippi State fan. I'd love to hear what State fans think. My belief system, I think there is a portion of people there who wonder how bought in is he. He his work ethic. You have to admit his work ethic.
It's different than most coaches.
From outside looking in, is different than most coaches.
It appears different than most coaches. Yeah.
Okay, so you got a fragment of people who are like,
okay,
is he really committed to us? Like, is he really working hard enough for what it's going to take? And then I think there's another little slither that you add on that people are like, really, do we really like this offense? It's fun when it's working. It's horrible when it's not working. Do we really want to be married to this offense forever? And if it starts going bad, that group's going to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow.
Okay.
So that's my.
There's your presentation. All right. I see it.
All right. Part of our show and our coverage here being brought to you by our friends at Culver's, and they're always there for you. A couple of great locations. They've come from the Midwest, from Big Ten country, to really win us over in the SEC.
We got a break coming up. How excited would you two be if I said, boys, I've got 3 big Wisconsin cheese pub burgers on the way?
Oh.
Would you be excited,
I'm
Jim?
starving. Eat it right now. I was thinking about what I was
3 of them
for lunch.
Dinner. The Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger is available at both Culver's right now, Highway 150 or the 280 location. So enjoy one today. Culver's, Jim, welcome to Delicious.
Back in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Back with you, SEC Media Day coverage from Atlanta, being presented, LT, by our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, Lane Kiffin is next up on the podium. We'll hear from him, the Ole Miss coach, in just a second. You heard earlier on our show, Cedric Johnson joined us, big defensive end. Ole Miss's defense improved considerable amount last year.
Yeah, by 13 points per game.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah. And especially the way those offenses were scoring points. One of the reasons they won 10 games.
That's right. The best regular season in Ole Miss history as far as the regular season of football goes.
Yeah.
Looking forward to hearing what Kiffin has to say, because he had to replace some big parts, including quarterback. They had a special quarterback in Matt Corral. He was a guy that was easily never really appreciated fully, I think, by the rest of the country.
Obviously, Bryce Young won the Heisman, deservedly so. But if I were making a case for an SEC MVP, I could have easily made the case, could I not, for Matt Corral?
Well, you saw what happened when Matt Corral, went out in that bowl game.
Yeah, Luke Altmaier played the guy that is about to be starting for them.
Possibly
starting for them. Yeah. So if Luke Altmaier is the guy that is coming in, and I get that same Luke Altmaier that I got, that is a concern for me, because the times I saw him, it wasn't fantastic.
Jonathan Mingo, obviously one of the other student athletes that are here in Atlanta at the College Football Hall of Fame, part of a really big, talented skill set group that Lane Kiffin has out there, and we'll see what he's able to do at Ole Miss, and we'll hear what the coach has to say coming up in a little bit. It wasn't too long ago, LT, that he was the rookie in this league as a head coach, and he's done, I think, a great job of establishing an identity for Ole Miss now. Ole Miss football has an identity now, I think.
I would agree. I mean, I think they're a player. I think, you asked the question outside of Alabama and Texas A&M, I think some people would say Ole Miss could be that contender.
Yeah.
I think they personally lost too much.
I agree with you. And again, I liked them at 10-2 last year. I don't like them as much this year to be a 10-win type team.
Yeah. And you look back last year, their 3 losses all by double digits.
Right.
And they're losing. I'll bring this back up again. Matt Corral, Jeff Lebby, 6 of your top 8 tacklers, your top 4 leading rushers, and your top 3 pass catchers. All of that.
Yeah, I mean, those are obviously massive losses.
And they're not Georgia with talent just to be able to replenish and restock.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is they don't just roll in, 5-star after 5-star the way an Alabama or a Georgia would, to your point. And that's where coaching comes in. And if you're Lane Kiffin, that's going to be the challenge for him, is, figuring out how to bridge that gap when you don't have the same type of talent. Now, the one way he's done it is through the transfer portal, Lance. He has hit that transfer portal hard, and it appears that is going to be one of the ways he tries to do that.
I get excited when I go to the games over there, but I went to a basketball game. You got a chance to go over there during a baseball weekend.
Yeah, huge.
Tour the place. That place to me has changed about as much as every other town in the SEC, but they do a good job of keeping their roots. Them and Auburn, I think, have done a really good job of growing, but also keeping sort of the basis of what that town was built around.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel like you're in a college town, for sure. I mean, that's the thing, is you feel like you're in a college town, and that's the same way at Auburn. Is the same way in Oxford, Mississippi, Starkville, places like that. Is you just feel like it is a college town.
Yep.
And they have done a good job. Does that impact recruiting? I would, maybe I'm naive, but I'd like to think it helps recruiting, that guys will like to go play in that type of atmosphere in the college town where you know that that town is all about Ole Miss or Mississippi State or whatever the case might be. But I don't know if it helps recruiting or not. Maybe the naive side of me says it does. I'll pull back the curtain real quick. The SEC is scheduled to feed us Lane Kiffin. They are not doing so right now, which is why we haven't gone to the coach. Don't want you to think we're just delaying Lane Kiffin. We love some Lane Kiffin. Love to hear from him. But we're just waiting on the SEC to feed some Lane Kiffin to us here. So hopefully we'll be able to go to the coach in just a moment.
All right. As our coverage continues out here, as always, it's brought to you by Precision Sports, the Tommy James Law Firm, Culver's, Wayne's, and our friends at Dr. Pepper. Earlier today, the commissioner was on the podium. So too was Brian Kelly. And it was, very interesting to see Brian Kelly in this setting. And it's cool to see Lane down below us. Now, I will say one thing about the setup here is that this glass is tremendous.
You think it's pretty thick? Like if I started banging on the glass, you don't think Lane Kiffin could hear me?
It is pretty thick because, they're on an intercom system inside the arena there, and I've heard nothing from inside that arena.
Lane's a bit of a low talker now.
Oh, but the commissioner was up there.
Yeah, that's true.
And he was
Brian Kelly was up there with his new Southern accent. And you heard none of that. You're right. Do you think it's bulletproof? So we're safe?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
good.
we're safe with that. Yeah.
I don't know.
Lance asked this question.
You knocked and about 18 reporters turned around. So maybe it's not
really?
that thick.
So maybe it's not as quiet as we think it is.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What do I want to talk about here, Brownie? What should I talk about here? And I don't want to burn anything fantastic. We're going to go right to Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Let me do this. Then. Let me ask you this question. When Steve Sarkisian with the high school football coaches convention in Texas, he and Jimbo and Dave Aranda were all up on the stage together, and Sark, complimented the programs at Baylor and Texas A&M by saying that he's in favor of the college football playoff expansion.
Right.
He's in favor of them expanding. And he said there's been a time in the last couple of years that Jimbo Fisher's team and Dave Aranda's team would have been in the playoffs. And he goes, as a football fan, I'd love to see that. And so he's in favor of expanding the college football playoff, and he thinks it's going to happen. And he thinks that's a positive thing. Is that surprising?
No, I think most coaches would be in favor of expanding. Wouldn't you, Lance? Because, that is job security. If I can go, that's job security.
Yeah, look, if it goes to 8, you get a college football playoff appearance. Probably, I say it buys you a couple of years, but look at Ed Orgeron.
That's true. But I think most coaches would at least be in favor of expanded playoff, knowing that it's better chance it is going to change my job security. Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case.
We're being fed audio, I'm told, from Rockstar of Lane Kiffin. So let's take that, Rockstar. Let's go Lane Kiffin audio version. And let's listen to him until we get a video version later on. So Lane Kiffin's at the podium. We'll bring him in here now as we continue our coverage from SEC Media Days presented by Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper.
Player, again, another young one that just finished his true freshman year, had a really good spring game, done some really good things, and has a really high ceiling. But with all these portal guys, especially the younger ones, we got a lot of work to do with them to get them into our systems, not just offensive, defensive, and special teams, but culture-wise. So, he's got a really high ceiling. We're excited to have him. And the first question was about Charlie Weiss. As I mentioned before, we've been fortunate to have really good players and really good assistant coaches. Jeff Levy did an unbelievable job for us. I'm sure he'll do a great job at his alma mater, Oklahoma. And Charlie has been with us been with myself two places before. I've always thought he was way ahead of the game, not just because he started young with his dad, but his mind is really unique and special, can really memorize things like no other. So we're excited to have him in there and be able to work with him and put together a really exciting offense.
Coach, we're going to go right here in the middle in front of me, about 3/4 of the way back. Lane, Mike Rodak from AL.com. Just what sort of benefit is there to having that Alabama game be so late in the season this year after, early last season having to take that loss and then have to overcome it after that?
Well, no disrespect to Alabama. I couldn't tell you what number on the schedule they were because we got a lot of things to figure out, to work on before we get to game one. So I'm not concerned about the schedule. I had a question earlier. Do you like that supposedly it's easier up front? Well, you don't know that. You got no idea. At the end of the year, all you guys, us included, think these teams are going to be better than these, and you don't know. So we just got to work one day at a time, integrate all these new players in, and play the best we can.
Okay, we'll go down here, front left, Parrish, behind you, other side.
Parrish, Alford Daily Journal. Lane, can you talk a little bit about the things Matt did for you off the field last year, leadership, other characteristics, and where your candidates are in those areas?
Well, Matthew is a special player, as you guys know, but a special leader. And, he just led by example. He'd go run in the offseason with the receivers and beat all of them, including Mingo, who's here. Will tell you the story, how hard he worked. And I think our defensive players, he won them by the style that he played, by running over linebackers. And so that's a challenge to replace. And so that won't just be quarterback. I think you got to have great leadership when you lose somebody like that, and you have young quarterbacks coming in regardless of who wins it, for other people around him, around that position, to step up.
Coach, we'll go right here on the near aisle, closest to you, right in front on the aisle.
Hey, Lane, Colin Wilson with the Action Network. Before last season, the record for fourth down attempts was 46. Ole Miss had 49 last year. Is there an expectation that will be the current pace this year? Is it just down and distance, analytics, field position, or could we be even more aggressive with Ole Miss football this year?
Well, thank you. I did not know we set a record. So now I know we have the most attempts in the history of football. So I used to coach for Pete Carroll. He said, don't just do things really well, do them better than anybody's ever done before. So at least I know that stat. And I think that's an interesting stat, that when you talk about recruiting and players, and once they get there, we sell too that we believe in you. And that's why it's not just, analytics, that's a huge part of it, but it's the players feel that we believe in you, that we put you in those situations, that we play so aggressively. And, so I can't predict what that's going to be like year to year as far as fourth down attempts, but, it's not easy. And like anything, if everything was easy, everybody would do it. So I get a lot of coaches don't follow the analytics because it's very hard for that press conference afterwards or that stadium to turn on you when it doesn't work. And the Alabama game the last 2 years is a perfect example. The first year we play them, we make a bunch of them, and everybody's saying, oh, that's great, and then the next year we don't. And then you got to go to that press conference. So it's not easy to do, but, there's a reason why we do it because, analytics are proof, and your players know that you believe in them.
Coach, we're going to go to our left, back alongside the wall.
How you doing, Coach? Scotty from Off Script, two-part question. There's two big personalities in the state of Mississippi, you and Deion Sanders. How has Deion Sanders touching down in Mississippi affected your recruiting? And also, I see that you have Central Arkansas on your schedule. Is there any plan down the line to play at Jackson State University? And are you open to that?
Well, we got another personality, Mike Leach, so I would say there's three personalities in the state that are very unique and extremely different from each other. So it's been great to see Deion's success, Coach Sanders' success, and how well he's done down there and how well he's done in recruiting. And so I don't know future scheduling plans on that, but that would be exciting.
Coach, we'll go over here to our left on the second row.
Hey, Lane, Stefan Kajcnik with the Clarion Ledger. When you look at the magnitude of that rivalry with Mississippi State, whether it be on the field or when it comes to recruiting, things of that nature, how valuable do you think it would be for you to start 3-0 in your career in the Egg Bowl?
Well, again, we got a lot of work to do before we ever get to that game. It's been exciting to be fortunate to be 2-0 in that. That means a lot to us, but especially to the people of Mississippi, obviously. And until you get into those unique rivalries, you can watch them on TV like I used to on Thanksgiving and hear about them, but you really don't know until you get to a place like Mississippi and you see how much it means to the people. And they're not kidding when they say like their next 364 days will be affected. When the common fan says that, they're serious. So that has been neat to be able to give that to our fans, and hopefully we can continue that.
Coach, we're going to go to our right side, about 4 rows back.
Hey, Lane, Wilson Alexander with The Advocate. There's been a lot made with USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten of how that stretches the conference across the country. When you were the coach at USC, what kind of challenge would it have been to travel that much during a season?
Well, that would be a lot, especially, when that schedule wasn't a lot of traveling, in the Pac-12 or Pac-10 even before that. So the Notre Dame game was a big thing, every year, and do you even go 2 days early in that conversation? So there'll be different challenges with that for a conference that's not used to traveling very far. So, but we got plenty of our own issues and problems to work on, so, and they can deal with that in whatever 2 years from now.
Coach, we're going to go back over here on the left-hand side. Edgar?
Yeah, Edgar Thompson, the Orlando Sentinel. You ready for another Nick Saban question? Sorry.
Sure.
There's been a lot of SEC coaches who came from that tree or worked for him at least, and with varying degrees of success. What aspect of the blueprint that so many are trying to implement is critical to have in your program? Like if there was 1 or 2 aspects.
Well, I did an interview the other day that went more in depth in this, and it really is amazing. You guys would know history better than me. I would doubt that there's ever been a coach in any sport, college or professional, that has so many people under him that are at major jobs. I mean, you're talking about top 25 jobs, and I don't know what we counted, 5 or 6 of them or something the other day when we counted all those guys that have been there, or even that were there just for the 3 years I was there, that were assistant coaches. So it really is amazing, not just for someone to produce coaches that people hire because they're trying to get the Alabama program, but for those to have success and to be at major places. It speaks volumes of how phenomenal a coach is. I think people take very different things from him, and I think you see that. I kind of think there's a difference when you look at offensive and defensive coaches. I feel like when you look at the defensive coaches that leave there, usually like the Georgia blueprint, basically take everything and move it there. And because that's a big part about Alabama's program, whatever year you were there, the defense was the same and it hasn't changed for the most part. And I think the offensive head coaches leave, whoever, Billy or Sark or Locks, and the program looks a little different because they usually have their own offensive flair that they end up running. But I'm sure everybody probably takes, I would think, his organization, his commitment to the program, and try to model his discipline that he has within that.
Which we're going to go down here to our right-hand side, second row.
Charles Odom with the Associated Press. You mentioned right off the top the importance of the transfer portal and filling some holes on your roster this year. I'm wondering, in the last year, what changes have you seen in your discussions with potential transfers of the NIL, and what do you think the coach's role should be in that whole discussion?
Well, what should the coach's role be in that discussion? I mean, I think ideally, if we're going to be in an NIL world and somehow you're going to do it right and it's going to get capped, so that there's some way of controlling it and keeping playing fields close to the same. Otherwise, you're just going to have these glaring differences within Division I football based off of what I've said before, their salary cap. I know that's not really the right word. And ideally, I would think that the coach should be part of managing that. That's how you would want it done, but I don't know if it'll be that way or whatever. So that's just how I would do, and that's based off of look what happens in professional sports. There's salary caps, and the coach and the general manager / owner manage that.
Coach, we're going to go right in front of me. About
Because
3 rows of lane.
the other thing about that
Hold on.
too is if it's not, I would say, okay, well, why would you put it that way when coaches aren't supposed to be involved in that? Well, you got a whole other set of problems. If you got boosters out there deciding who they're going to pay to come play and the coach isn't involved in it, how's that work? I mean, they could just go pick who they want and pay them however much, and then are they going to tell you, the boosters going to tell you who to play to? And then when they don't play, how's that going to work out? So again, this was not thought out at all, in my opinion, and has created a massive set of issues, which I think most, when people really thought about it, from a coach's standpoint, could have predicted this was going to happen.
All right, we'll go straight down in front of me, 3 rows back. Lane.
Right here, Lane Kiffin. This is Lane Higgins from the Wall Street Journal.
Cool.
I had a question for you a little bit about recruiting and how it has kind of changed to be, more of a photo shoot or a, experience. And you've had, Rolls Royces on campus. You obviously have a very cute sidekick and Juice. Can you talk a little bit about, why you've chosen to kind of implement those things and kind of lean into that aspect of college football, even though it's, very much has nothing to do with what the actual product on the field is going to be?
Because I think for you guys that have been around me or listened to me, we don't sit around and complain how things are and how they should be. Yeah, ideally, shouldn't be picking places off of what your photo shoot is or what car they're taking pictures in. There's a lot of things that I wish were different, but it is what it is. Just like Coach Saban wants rules changed about hurry-up offense. Well, he adapted. So we don't sit around and worry about that. I think we try to be creative. We kind of have a saying, we don't think outside the box, we just create a new box. And so if that's what kids care about and look at, then, we don't do things the way they were done before. And I think that's how we would operate anywhere, but especially at Ole Miss, you need to be that way to have a chance. So like the commissioner, I didn't wear a tie today. And he's like, man, I've always wanted to do that. I'm like, well, don't just do things the way they were before. He's like, I was waiting for someone to do it. So maybe the commissioner won't have a tie next year. Because why are we supposed to wear a tie? Just because it was done before? Doesn't really matter.
All right, we're going to go midway through this mid-aisle. Learn on the aisle.
Hi, Lynn. Aaron Gershon from the Cats Paws in Lexington. Kentucky is the cross-divisional game this year. What do you remember about that matchup a few years ago in 2020, and what's impressed you with how much that program has changed since when you saw them at Tennessee?
One day they're going to make you guys stand up because half the time I have no idea who's asking the question, so I just look around. So that was a great game at Kentucky. We were brand new. That was the strange COVID year, so not only was it our first year, but we didn't have a spring ball, and all of a sudden we're playing games, and what a crazy game to go down to the wire like that. Coach Stoops has done an unbelievable job, at a place that isn't traditionally winning 8, 9, 10 games, so I always think that's really cool and special when someone can do that. And, like I said before, doing things better than they've been done before, and I would think he's probably in the best run of the school, I would guess. So we'll have a set of challenges there. He's very good on defense and very complicated, and I know they've had really good success running the ball, and we're very creative offensively watching some of their games last year and did a great job, especially.
All right, that's Lane Kiffin at the podium. At the podium there, Lane Kiffin talking to the gathered media here at SEC Media Days as we approach the end of our coverage, being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's today.
Yeah, don't forget that best offer yet. The TNR code gets you that $100 off the initial Smart Pass service for a limited time. Great offer, but a limited time offer. Smart Pass keeps you rodent free, and they do all the work at Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1 or online, callwaynes.com. That is callwaynes.com. Use the code TNR for $100 off. Thanks to Wayne's and us here on the next round.
I mean, you hear me say all the time, I've done this a long time, and I have done this a long time now, 30 years. Never before has this event snuck up on me like it has this year.
Why did it sneak up on you?
I don't know.
Has it not been on your little calendar for a long time?
It has been on my calendar for a long time. It just seems, I don't know, it just seems to be here faster this year than ever before.
Yeah.
I don't know. Still, I don't want summer to go away yet. Come on, summer 22, hang in there. But we'll do day 2 from SEC Media Days tomorrow. Nick Saban becomes the star of the show tomorrow. We look forward to that. Until next time, from Atlanta, presented by Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper, I'm Jim Dunaway. God bless you. God bless America. See you tomorrow.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
With another year done and dusted, you'll want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. Mortgage Right can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket. Put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts are eager to offer tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. An MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
When choosing a lawyer, the most important factors are trust, experience, and results. Tommy James of the Tommy James Law Firm checks all these boxes. With more than 25 years of experience, he will take care of your legal needs. Anything from car accidents to wrongful death cases, Tommy has done it all. Case evaluations are free, so if you're looking for a lawyer to handle any type of personal injury case, call him at 205-259-1725 or check out TommyJamesLaw.com. Call today or email Tommy at TommyJamesLaw.com.
No representations made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.